nutrition and forensic anthropology, human physiology, and obesity research. She has received numerous awards, including postdoctoral fellowship from UBC and a teaching and research fellow achievement award. Professor Sinha has authored several publications presented at national and international forums and edited several books on contemporary issues in anthropology. She serves as the area editor of Eminent Science and is a member of the Academic Council for the National Resource Center in Anthropology. Over to you, Manu. Actually, nutrigenomics or nutrigenomics as a term has emerged very recently because this is the high time when we are talking of nutrition and nutrition anthropology has been contributed to nutrition from the anthropometric and other analytic part. But when we have started with invasive methodologies, that we can actually go up to the genes to understand how genetics actually contributes to the nutrition and the overall management of food and diet of an individual, the term nutrigenomics has been coined, and it has, and in many areas, this is actually one of the most interesting areas of research nowadays because in India we have diversity in the ethnic groups and their metabolism and the choice of food and sustainability. It's also an area of research and how it has come to our nutrition, why is this so interesting these days? I shall be giving you a very sneak peek of it. And recently we know that nutrition have enabled identification of the genetic variants And the gene-diet interactions also involve the response of nutritional interventions and limiting to the total energy intake or altering the relative proportion of carbohydrates, protein, and fat that we consume. So these are many kind of papers that have come out recently and it also involves the study of metabolism under various genetic and environmental stress and nutritional metabolomics, which is a very analytical part when we do from the whole genome study of any kind of microbes, identifies the metabolic changes caused by the specific nutrients and diets. And actually, anthropological survey of India recently has been interested in studying this microbiome and we being part of the team and also the learning from the organization of sharing some insights what we are actually trying to do. We are actually trying to understand the microbiome diversity of the population of India. And initially, we started with the particularly vulnerable tribal groups 75, but we can consider only 74 because 76 of the 1 billion centimeters we are unable to have an interaction with them. So we are trying or we have figured out to have those, I think the microbial understanding from the 74 species and we are in the process of collecting the single samples from this population. And from here, we are isolating the microbial grade, I mean the bacterial DNA and we are going for the whole genome sequence. Already we have collected 11 such population. So how this thing came up with? Actually, in the Amazon basin, the Yanomami population, they are kind of one kind of population which we cannot interact much. So when the microbiologists were trying to understand their microbiome of their diversity, they are unable to identify, I mean, interact with them. So they somehow collected because they defecate out of their territory. They collected their fecal matters and they tried to isolate the DNA out of from the fecal matters and had an understanding of the microbiome diversity. What this saw is the relationship between this microbiome and the diversity of food and antibiotics is much debated and it is on the rise because we, the population which are more acculturated, we try to consume food, those are preservative based. And we take on and off antibiotics. How these are altering our actually the gut microbiome is our area of study. And when we consider the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, their gut is still unadulterated because they do not consume food outside, they do not consume any kind of preservative based food, they do not consume any antibiotics, they are still dependent on their traditional methodologies and ethnomedicine. So, being a student of anthropology or having an understanding of the culture and ecosystem of the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, we need a better understanding of the microbiota because they may be, I mean, we may lose them anytime because they have already started moving to the urban centers and they have already started being dependent on some kind of medicines. So, we are trying to understand the variation within the group also. We are targeting the population, those who are residing inside the forest areas, with those who do not have any interaction with the urban societies or they do not consume any antibiotics or anything. They are mostly dependent on the traditional mode of medicine. And we actually why we are trying to understand this microbiome is because trillions of bacteria which live in our gut plays a key role to our human health. And when we studied, when the Yanomami population were studied, they actually revealed that their microbiome or their microbiota is actually preventing them from certain diseases like type 1 diabetes, then chronic CVDs or obesity. So, if we have the understanding of our own PVTs, we may come up with certain microbiome that will help us in drug designing or any kind of understanding how we can prevent many of the diseases. So, these are some of the opportunities, and what we are finding is when there is a because mostly the PVTGs are dependent on animal protein. So, what happens is more the animal protein. Majority of the studies have also noted that the IGF-1 level will go up, and there will be a risk of cancer, diabetes, and overall mortality. And in the other terms, it reduces the abundance in obesity also. That's why we may see that when we study the tribal groups, we do not find such obesity patterns in them. So it may be one of the reasons. And the high fat reduces lactic and bacteria. Bifidobacteria is one of the kind of bacteria that increases, and when it increases, the trans fat increases the CVD risk. And because they do not have much fat deposition, they are not exposed to more CVD risk. And then the effect of carbohydrates, because they have very balanced carbs intake, and the probiotics, because when we go to the South Indian population, like the Chenchus and Savras, which we have studied recently, they are majorly their diet is probiotic dependent. They take a lot of curd. So, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization of United Nations and World Health Organization, they are the living microorganisms which, when administered in adequate amounts, confer health benefits on the host, which they have also come up with. I mean, when we are seeing the difference within the population or within the group, we have also found abundance of this microbiome in their profiles. So these are the name of the microbiomes which has their interactions with certain kind of bacteria and how they are helping. And the need for the precision nutrition is that nutrigenetics can be used to personalize the diet, because we have so many ethnic groups, they have so many kind of own food system, that the precision medicine or the nutrigenetics for personalized ethnic group is very important. And because I'm interested in understanding breast cancer, my one of the more major areas of research is breast cancer. So common variants of homocysteine metabolism regulating in the MTHFR gene. Many of the people working with Saraswati Madam, K.N. Saraswati Madam, is interested in understanding the MTHFR gene. So the increase in MTHFR actually increases the breast cancer risk in individuals with reduced intake of vitamin B6, B12, and folate. And this gets increased when you have less probiotic intake, when you have less animal protein intake. But animal protein on the other hand is increasing the risk for CVD. So if you have a balanced microbiome in your gut, and which is altered, or which is kind of manipulated but by your total food intake, actually helps an individual or a community to sustain all kind of diseases. So in clinical practice, the nutrigenetics has been to evaluate the genes and transport the toxins, and how personalized diets can help in the specific ACE gene metabolism also, because ACE gene was much in terms when we all faced COVID. Okay, so how ACE gene metabolism and dietary intake and overall microbiome can help in this complete metabolism and complete nutrigenetic understanding is also a very important area of research. So I'm not going to all these things, because I want to come to the discussion that every human being possesses an exclusive nutritional blueprint with his or her gene. And this bioactive food components and nutrients affect the expression of such genes. And it's a branch of science that has the understanding of the gene nutrient interactions, and how it combines with the branches of science like genomics, molecular biology, molecular medicine, and epidemiology. And soon we will have the introduction of the term molecular anthropology in this regard also, because it has been taken into consideration, and it has also revealed a myriad of interconnection at various levels. And more specifically, genes regulate the intake and metabolism of different nutrients. So most importantly, the microbes in the distal gut that contribute to the host health through biogenesis or biosynthesis of vitamins is essential amino acids, and diet which can modify the intestinal microbiome, which in turn has a profound impact on the overall health and the resilient and robust against the environmental influences. The Indian population is the most diverse and cultural having populace, and provides a challenge for gut microbiome studies. So it was also reflected among the Chenchus, which was the first community that we studied. And the gut microbiome genomics will be important for the development of indigenous probiotic stains, though we are now having reservations with the usage of the term indigenous. We call it ethnic. And a comparative study of the gut microbiome will ultimately be crucial for better understanding about health of the Indians. So India, because it harbors more around 75 PBDGs, will follow the ancient lifestyle still today. And this means that the key features of the microbiome prior to a complete change to the modernized society will be preserved. If we have the whole genome database ready with us, we can understand any kind of their ancient lifestyle to how over time it has changed and how microbiome is actually affecting the overall health pattern of any individual, and how the antibiotics which we are consuming, how the preservative dependent diet which we are using or consuming is actually leading us to a very mortality state. So, how the PPTVs can help us to sustain all these things, and also for the drug designing for our coming days is our area of research, and this has been coming up, and we will have much more arenas to develop such kind of studies. So, anthropology and this, each and every student of anthropology should think in a line where we can have not only food and nutrition to have ourselves fit and fine, and most of us are very fascinated towards gym and diet, but what actually gym and diet means should be understood properly, and anthropology will give the better platform to understand, because we have access to anything under the sky. Sorry. So thank you so much, ma'am. I think I was on time. Abhishekta, I actually want to say that the way you use the word need for population and need for anthropological survey of India, I think it has got a lot of passion when she uses the way she presented herself. And I would have been very interested to talk about cancer, but nevertheless, uh, this is also what she told us is it is worth exploring actually, and I think she has given us impetus to work on nutrigenetics and biomes, and to take guidance from her, because I think her area of interest is pretty vast. Though we say it in very few words, but it is pretty vast, and she's done it. Her work speaks about the passion with which she has done. Thank you so much, Aditya. Thank you very, very much.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Rashmi Sinha to please facilitate Dr. Abhishek Tagore. Okay, so now we are about to start the session. So over to you, ma'am.
So we start with the personal presentation, personal in person. We have five of them, and not just we are running out of time, we may not be finished by the time the session gets over. So looking forward for lunch also. All the speakers, I think 5 minutes is good enough. Yeah. So we
For people, for senior people, we have kept 10 minutes, and for scholars and students, we have kept 5 minutes. So it's written accordingly on the schedule.
Okay. But I think we make it 8 and 4.
Yes, ma'am, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay. And then one word for my students.
Exactly, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So now we have paper presentations from Dr. Anthropological. She's an assistant professor in MDP University, and she's going to speak on respiratory function dynamics, impact of age, body physique, and nutritional status on post expiratory ratio and peak expiratory flow rate.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Respected chair and seniors and colleagues and students, very good afternoon to you all. Okay, so I will try to keep it short. The title of my topic is Respiratory Function Dynamics, the Impact of Age, Physics, and Nutrition Status on Lung Functions, specifically post-expiratory ratio and peak expiratory flow rate. As we all know, that nutritional status is a good health indicator, and it has a lot of impact on a lot of health issues. Common ones are, as we know, diabetes and hypertension and all these cardiovascular diseases and all those metabolic syndrome and all. But it also has an impact on the lung function. So today I want to talk about the impact of physics, age, and nutrition status. So a little bit of a background. The forced expiratory ratio and peak expiratory flow rate are important tools for assessing lung functions, which can be affected by environmental and physical factors that include a lot of other factors like nutrition, climatic condition, altitude, and of course, BMI and other genetic factors as well. And lung function tests have evolved from tool of physiological study to clinical investigation in assessing respiratory status. It has become a part of routine health examination in respiratory, occupational, sports medicine, and public health screenings. And nutrition status have been associated with respiratory function with complex interplay between factors. And FER, which is the ratio of forced expiratory volume, the first one, second to forced vital capacity, and PEFR, the maximum speed of expiration, are critical indicators of respiratory health. Both the metrics are influenced by various factors, including physiological changes with age, body composition, and nutritional status. So this study explored the dynamics of lung function, focusing on the impact of age, advancing age, to be specific, and then body physics and nutritional status. So I would like to present a case study which I conducted among the Tangku Nagas. So this is a cross-section study conducted among 257 Tangku Naga males ranging from 20 to 70 years. And the subjects were divided into 5 different age groups to in 10-year intervals to study the age trend in all those parameters. So anthropometric measurement taken where in order to assess like nutrition status, height and weight was taken, and to assess physics. Heat and Carter method was used for all those 10 anthropometric measurements that include skin fold thicknesses, various skin fold thicknesses, and then breadth and circumferences were included. And physics was analyzed using the Heat and Carter type method, in which endomorphism, mesomorphism, and ectomorphism were separated. And for physiological parameters, for a lung function test was assessed using microspirometer, which assessed the 4 important parameters, which are forced expiratory volume, FBC, FER, and then PEFR. So just a bit of explanation of those. Forced expiratory volume in the first one, second. This is the maximum volume in which can be expired from lungs in the first 1 second of forced expiration from a position of full inspiration. And the forced vital capacity, it is the maximum volume of gas that can be expired from the lungs after forced and complete expiration from a position of full inspiration. And FER, it is the ratio of FER and PFR, and peak expiratory flow rate. It measured the maximum speed of the airflow attained by a forceful complete expiration after complete inhalation. Okay, so BMI was calculated and aging classification was used for classifying, and then the criteria, the cutoff point was 80%. And a bit about the area, the Tangku Naga are a subgroup of the Naga tribe, and they belong both in, they live in Manipur mostly, but then they are also dispersed in other parts of the neighboring states and even in Burma. And then Tangku Nagas are the second largest tribe in Manipur, and the literacy rate is 72%. So one thing about this community is that the community initially, like, or traditional were agriculturists, and they follow traditional religion, which is animistic, known as how religion. But with the advent of Christianity among the Tangkas in the later part of the 19th century, there's been a lot of transformation in the way of life, the belief system, their practices, the overall tradition. So, and then, of course, along with that, education also came, and key uh, player in the development and socioeconomic change among them. Along with that, there has been a lot of changes in lifestyle, urbanization, and economic development was observed. Uh, Due to the change in lifestyle and then nutritional transition, and along with it, all those other related disorders. So these are the results. Um, so this data shows the mean SD and then p-value of stature, body weight, and BMI. We see that stature, we can see a clear secular trend in stature. We see that the youngest age, which is 20 to 29 years, they have the highest mean, and then it slowly reduces in the advancing age. So we can see a clear secular trend in that, in weight as well. And then in BMI, you see that it increases with age, but slightly the value is lower in the last age group, which is 70. And this is the prevalence of overweight, obesity, and underweight in the group. You see that overweight was 16% and obese 1.6%, and underweight 14.4%, and normal weight, of course, most of them. And this is just the distribution of all those different categories in different age groups. Okay. Now, the table shows lung function in different age groups and BMI category. As we see that all the lung function, FEV1, FEC, FER, and PEFR, we see that it declined. The mean decline with age. You can see clearly how age is impacting. And then in the next section, we see how nutritional status is also impacting all the lung function parameters. So we see that the mean decreases of FER and all those with increasing BMI. But when we look at FER and PEFR also, we see that these are the two important parameters that we are discussing in this paper. We see that normal range, those with normal BMI, they have the maximum FER and PEFR. These are good indicators of a good lung functions, whereas we see that it is reduced both in overweight and obesity and also in underweight category as well. This is a correlation table that shows how age is impacting each and every one of those parameters. We see that it has significant negative impact on all the parameters. And BMI also have negative impact on the three parameters except for FPR. Okay, so I know that I won't have much time to explain about all this parameter type, so I didn't put the basic data of that, but I've just put a correlation table of the 4 lung functions along with the phenotype component. So we see that this negative correlation between endomorphy, mesomorphy, and all those lung functions. So, as we know, maybe like some are students, or maybe I will just explain a little bit. Endomorphy more of relative fatness, mesomorphy more of musculoskeletal robustness. All these have negative impact on all the lung functions. But ectomorphy, which is leanness, have significant positive impact on the lung function. Okay, as per the FER, 89.9, almost 90% of the subjects, they have normal, and around 10 of them, they have low FER. Okay, so this shows the multinomial logistic regression of post-expiratory ratio with age and BMI. We see that the odds of having low FER increases with advancing age, and comparing to normal weight, underweight, and overweight, they have 1.6, 1.4 times likelihood of having low FER comparing to those with normal. So in summary, BMI shows an association with pulmonary function with the lowest respiratory efficacy observed in obese subjects. Subjects with normal BMI demonstrate better respiratory efficacy than underweight or overweight subjects. And association also with the type component and lung functions was also observed. You see that all the lung functions, if U1, FCR, all those have negative impact with endomorphy and mesomorphy, but positive with ectomorphy. And BMI is independently associated with both lung function and age, and respiratory efficiency was found lowest among of the subjects. And yeah, this shows that BMI, physical and lung function and age are interrelated. So FER and PEF are two crucial respiratory indicators are used to assess, and it showed reduced value in obesity comparing to non-obese counterparts, indicating association between impaired lung functions and nutrition status. The transition of the Tamil Naga in terms of socioeconomic and lifestyle factors contribute to the escalating prevalence of overweight and obesity and other associated health problems. The rising epidemic is not restricted to highly urbanized society, but has now infiltrated even to traditional and transitional tribes like the Tamil Naga owing to the change in lifestyle. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mangesh. I think question answers can be done during the lunchtime. But one small question I have, how many obese you found in your sample?
Okay, not much. Not obese. Yeah, it was more among females. I was trying to present both, but I didn't have time to put all these so I presented only for males. But the prevalence.
No, the document my question is related to directly related to the paper. How come we have in today's time lesser facilities? What are they doing that they are also consuming the
Yes. Actually, yeah. I don't have the detailed data present like here right now, but I did a study in the rural urban as well. Higher in the rural, like the same community, but those are living in villages. I conducted study in villages and then in towns, and those who are staying in cities as well. So I just see the relationship, check the prevalence. It's higher in urban. Most of the high prevalence are because of those urban lifestyle. Yeah, in Nepal, and it's like around here only, even in Nepal. Yeah.
So we have Suresh Dhawan here. Yeah. So Suresh is from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi, and is going to present on exploring the association between physical activity, sedentarism, and depression among the rural population of Punjab, India. Better try to contain yourself in 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
That.
Okay. That's it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Respected senior professors, research scholars, and dear students, a warm good afternoon. Today, I'll be presenting my paper on exploring the association between physical activity, sedentarism, and depression in the rural population of Punjab. So, as Madam has already given us time, so I think I'll just go with the brief introduction about what is depression, how what are the risk factors associated with depression. So, to begin with, depression, it is not just feeling low mood, low, just low mood. It is characterized by persistent feeling of sadness, low self-esteem, and in severe cases, sometimes it may lead to suicidal deaths. So, if we look at the in depth, severity of depression, depression extends beyond mental health. It is associated with various other physical health issues like diabetes and cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and other conditions. And because of that, it is nowadays it is becoming a major public health concern. However, it's often, if we look at the rural India, it is often overlooked and neglected because people fail to identify the symptoms, and people hardly recognize it as a serious mental health issue. So so if we look at the what causes depression, depression is a very complex phenotype. It's a complex condition which associated with various risk factors. For example, here I've mentioned social social environment. In social environment, there are different other sectors like childhood trauma and those individuals. Our childhood experiences, our childhood life can also impact our mental health and can lead to depression. And other lifestyle factor, for example, those people who are alcohol dependents or who use drugs, they are highly prone to depression. And nutritional factors in terms of folate, vitamin B12, the deficiency of this nutrition can also cause depression. And the physical activity and sedentarism. If you are physically inactive and if we live a highly sedentary life, the chances of life, suffering from depression is high. And also, there are other genetic factors which cause depression. Several literatures have highlighted that depression runs in the family, and it is 40% hereditary. So, therefore, there is no definite answer what causes depression. So, how physical activity, sedentarism, and depression is related? As we can see that physical activity can help to improve our mood by enhancing certain, brain chemicals such as serotonin, dopamine, etc. And also physical activity and less sedentary lifestyle improves psychological well-being, increase motivation, and help to build better social and personal relationships. And not only that, physical activity and a less sedentary lifestyle and regular exercise can help to improve cognitive function, including learning and decision making. So, the aim of the present study is to understand the association between physical activity level, sedentary lifestyle, and depression. So, this is the methodology. Yes, I'm already running out of time, so I'll not go in detail with the methodology. So, ma'am, can I just go to the results and discussion part? Mm. So this is how I calculated my sample size, and these are the tools I've used in my study, like depression. To assess the level of depression, I've used PDI tool, which is validated in population level studies. And to understand the level of physical activity and the sedentarism, I've used a global physical activity questionnaires. And according to the questionnaires, I've divided participants into high physical activity, low physical activity, high sedentary lifestyle, and low sedentary lifestyle. So here is the results. Is we can see that participants, those who are having low physical activity levels, were significantly more depressed as compared to those with high physical activity. And also using the physical activity, high physical activity as the reference category, the odds ratio analysis revealed that low physical activity group had a considerably higher risk for moderate to severe depression as compared to normal. And also next, I've also tried to understand how sedentary behavior is influencing the depression. And surprisingly, individuals with high sedentary behavior had a significantly higher level of depression as compared to those individuals who are active or who are having less sedentary lifestyle. And also the overall analysis revealed that high sedentary behavior posed twofold increased risk for moderate to severe depression. Here again, I've tried to understand the combined effect of both physical activity, sedentarism, and depression. And the data shows that individuals who are having low physical activity and also with high sedentary behavior, they are more prone to depression, and they are more prone to depression. They have fourfold significantly increased risk for moderate to severe depression. That means individuals who are living a very inactive lifestyle, and if they spend prolonged hours sitting, watching TV or kind of thing. Hello. Okay. So those individuals who are living a very less active physical active life and who spend prolonged hours in sitting, they are more prone to depression. The risk of depression in those individuals is significantly high as compared to those individuals who live a very active lifestyle. So now, this is the conclusion. Physical activity, like how physical activity is, enhancing, is related to the depression, how it works. And if we see the mechanism, if we look into the mechanism, physical activity contribute to the release of neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters are the brain chemicals. These are the food for our brain, like dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins, which enhance mood, emotions, and sleep, which in turn can help to reduce the symptoms of depressions. So why it is very important, why my study is very important. This present study has been conducted in rural part of India, that is Punjab, which is agriculture state. And now it is believed that in general, it is believed that farming occupation requires a high amount of physical work. However, due to the advanced technological agricultural technology has transformed the productivity of agricultural operations such as plowing, planting, and harvesting. So now the people, those manual labor, it is significantly reduced due to the advancement in agricultural technology and the need for manual labor, which in turn promoted more sedentary behavior and decreased physical activity of the farmers. As a result of low physical activity and high sedentary lifestyle, individuals are becoming more vulnerable to various, not only mental health, but they are more vulnerable to various kind of other physical health issues also, like diabetes, hypertension, and in terms of mental health, depression, anxiety, and stress. Therefore, understanding the effect of reduced physical activity and increased sedentary behavior on mental health is very important. Individuals who and also if we look at the pharmacological point of view, those individuals who depressed individuals who are treated with antidepressant medicines such as um, um, uh, antidepressant drugs, they do not fully recover. The chances of relapse is high among them. So, in light of this, physical activity can serve as a alternative to pharmacological treatment, and regular physical activity, exercise, and healthy fitness level can act as an alternative in the treatment and management of conditions like depression. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That can be overcome, right? That has not been I know it's not very but then it is a good work. Is there some kind of relief and some understanding that apart from other elements, physical activity is also overcoming depression. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I'm going to present her work on prevalence of diabetes with age and sex risk factors, a population-based study from rural Punjab. Good afternoon, one more present here. So as we are we don't have that much of time, so I'll directly jump onto my presentation. The topic of my presentation is prevalence of diabetes and its association with age and sex risk factors, a population-based study from rural Punjab, India. So, as we all know that diabetes is a chronic metabolic disorder characterized by high blood sugar levels, and it is basically developed because of the abnormal levels of insulin or less production of the insulin. So, and also type 2 diabetes, which is most prevalent and most common among individuals, has been dramatically rising in every income countries. So WHO recommends that a fasting blood glucose level of 126 mg per dl or higher is indicative of diabetes. Now, coming on the global and national prevalence of diabetes, we have suggested that the International Diabetes Federation 2021 suggested that approximately 537 million adults with 20 to 79 years of age are currently diabetic in status, and the number is expected to be higher in 643 million in coming 2030 and 783 million by 2045. It has been found that over 3 in every 4 adults with diabetes are living in low and middle economic countries. And diabetes is responsible for approximately 6.7 million deaths per year and this data has been adopted in 2021 by International Diabetes Federation. According to WHO, an estimated 77 million people in India over the age of 18 years are diabetic, and that is why India is considered as diabetic capital of the world. Now, by knowing these facts, there is a need to identify trends and risk factors which are associated with diabetes. Therefore, we need to have early detection and diagnosis for the diabetes to combat this disease. Now, coming on to the methodology, which we have taken into consideration. So we took around 2,367 participants from the Mansa district, Punjab, India, and we took the fasting blood samples, and we used the biochemical analyzer for detecting the diabetes and normal status. And the statistical analysis was done by IBM SPSS version 22. The results was we found that 8.2% of the study population were diabetic in nature in comparison to 60.3, which were normal. Age and sex stratified prevalence of diabetes showed that the maximum prevalence was found in the age group of 50 to 65 years with 17.3%, followed by 14.4% in 66 to 81 age group, and the least was in 34 to 49 age group with 8.6%. And the distribution of the distribution of diabetes in respect to the sex was found, and it was found that male were highly prevalent with diabetes, that is 14.7 in comparison to the females. The odd ratio analysis for the association study suggested that the age group with the median age, that is 50 years, showed 2.48-fold significant increased risk for diabetes with 95% of confidence interval and statistical significant result. And when we have done the adjusted odd ratio analysis with sex in respect to diabetes, we found that females were protective in nature towards diabetes, with only 0.725-fold increased, which is protective in nature. So at last, I want to conclude my presentation by mentioning some key points as how these type of studies, specifically called as epidemiological studies, are important for the society, as it helps in determining the overall burden of the disease and how these diseases are associated with different kinds of risk factors, which are emerging day by day. And it is also helpful in detecting detection and prevention, which can help to combat these diseases. And addressing public health initiatives helps in reducing the challenges that one faces. It is also important to address the productivity and overall economic growth of the country, and it also helps in reducing the healthcare cost. And awareness programs to combat these diseases helps in early diagnosis, treatment, and knowledge. At last, I would like to acknowledge some of the people from my university. Firstly, Professor S.M. Patnaik, who is head of our department and my PhD advisor. Professor K.N. Saraswati, my advisor from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. Dr. Nauram Kiranmala Devi, my PhD advisor, organizers of this conference. I'm at a university, my Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi, and at last, my lab mates and other participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Anushka. A very lucid presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have now Preeti Shukla is there. Yes. Swagat Sarkar is there. Yeah. So she's come from Pondicherry University and the political perspective, health status measurements among the Arun Sathiyar community in Puducherry.
Okay, so good evening, ma'am, and good evening, everyone. My four scholars, and all the students. And today I'm going to share one of my anthropological view. It's in the Pondicherry because I am as a student from Pondicherry University. I saw there have a lot of places which are still underdeveloped. And this is the Arundhatiyar community, which is also part of the underdeveloped community. So here in my study, first I want to see the general health status of the community, and then I want to see what's the root cause, why their health status is like that, and also try to forecast their future needs. And I took my data, it's a primary data as well as a secondary data as well, and then using, yeah. Okay. So I took their measurements that with the help of some Martin sliding calipers and anthropometric rods, and I take their waist circumference, and this is the things I have collected data from primary health center, and also, yeah, but all of these things at the end I want to see the I saw after this data that these people from this community, they are really belonging from the very low of their poor economic condition. And because of this, you can say it's a male dominating. That means women are working, they're working as a daily wage labor. And the main people, they are like drinking and they are suffering from kidney disorder, tuberculosis, and they are suffering from non-literacy as well. So and women, because of their overwork, they're also suffering from arthritis and back pain as well. That's what I get to know from the local Anganwadi and also primary health center. Yeah, and I took the, yeah. So I collect all of the data and then I try to compare it with the National Institute of Nutrition. And I saw the height of the male. It's like male, all of the measurements of the male, it's like okay. But the thing we have to think about the women because they have a lot of difference between natural and the actual average height and weight and also BMI as well. BMI for the male, it's like too, female, it's like too much. So I think it's better to look at that for women and it- yeah. So I saw my after all of this study, I just want to see it's a you can say it's a future scope because after collecting the data, I have spent with them 15 days. So in the 15 days, I get to know before the said me they are belonging from the Tamil speaking community, but then I get to know they are actually coming from the Telugu background. So yeah, it's we have to study on that in future so that it's also effect on the linguistic anthropology as well. And then they don't even they are actually belonging from the cobbler community, and they're just working on the leather, but they don't want their children to work on the same things from. So yeah, there we can get a triangulation as a policymaker, as a research scholar, and also it's from the governmental facility, so that all of the three teams, if they work together for that community, I think we can get better position. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we are through with presentations in person, and we're going for online presentation. Uh, the online presentation, the presenters are requested to state their topic, the objectives, and the results in such a way that we are able to conclude and discuss just a little bit about it, because we are actually, there's a paucity of time, and the next session also has to start. Okay. So we have Dr. Mehti there from Manipur. Is it going from Miss Banerjee? Like, is it?
Hello, am I audible? So this is the F-1. Hello?
Maybe you have to restrict yourself, okay, with just the topic, the objectives, and a quick result, and then a discussion and conclusion, because we are running very.
I
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
But the thing is, I can't see the screen from my space here. So, uh, uh, if you are hello,
Okay, you can start the screen share now.
sure, sure. So the topic that I'm going to talk is about the problems of adolescent hypertension uh, and the association in Manipur, and particularly in association with the body fatness and screen time. So as we know that hypertension is old disease. I mean, a disease for the adults, health problem for the adults, but somehow it's very much prevalent among the child or adolescent. And it said that there is a high chance of developing this adolescent hypertension to adult hypertension and other complication at the later age. That's why it's a very the studies the different health experts has been given much importance to the adolescent hypertension, and a lot of risk factors are there, and it says that high BMI and being obesity is one of the condition for the risk factors. So, talking about the problem, say the prevalence of adolescent hypertension in India ranges between as low as 2% to high as 21.5%, with a full prevalence of 7.6. And in the Northeast India, the prevalence ranging from 7.6 to 15.3. The background study is that, see, nowadays the lifestyle has been changed a lot. The lifestyle is towards more oriented towards a sedentary lifestyle, with more construction of the houses and the buildings, so making the lesser spaces for the child and adolescents to play, and moreover the availability of the more junk food or the availability of say the globalized food items and the junk food particularly, all these items alarm the potential rise of the adolescent hypertension. So on that background, the studies was conducted. And the fourth study, what we have done, we have collected 728 adolescents from 15 to 19 years together 470 boys and 258 girls. And the blood pressures were measured and classified as per the AAP 2017. And tropometric measurements were also collected, like the height, weight, waist circumference, hip circumference, and the body fatness were defined based on the related indices. And the self-reported screen time were also recorded. And for the screen time, all over the scenario now is a huge debate. What is the minimum cutoff for the acceptable screen time is not yet defined yet. But however, various studies says that if someone's having more than 6 hours of screen time a day, so it's vulnerable to the lot of complex disorders. So for the study also, we took 6 hours per day. And here we assume that most screen time means lesser physical activity, and it will be somehow maybe correlated with adolescent hypertension. So this is a parameters how I define the hypertension and body fitness. I won't go through it because of the limited time period. I will come to the directly to the finding. So what I find is that in the my study in the adolescents of Manipur, particularly the Meghti population. So what I find is that the prevalence of elevated high blood pressure, elevated blood pressure is 20.47 and hypertension is 29.12, with more prevalence among the males with a 28.7% and the 33.4% than the females. So coming to the next, in terms of the obesity parameters or body fitness parameter with respect to the BMI. So obesity prevalence of obesity is a 5.5%, which is more or less same in the both male and females. And the ovary is around 10%, which is more or less same again in the both males and females. Talking about the central obesity as defined by the waist circumference, the prevalence among the meta adolescents of many is 10.6%, which is more or less same in the both sexes. While talking about the waist height ratio, defines central obesity, the prevalence of the central fatness is 16.8%, with more high prevalence among the females. And talking about the screen time, so adolescents which rely on the screen time more than 6 hours is 19%, with the more high among the boys with 21.28% than the 13.95%. So in the studies, we like to see how far these body fatness parameters and the skin time parameters are most likely to to develop the hypertension. Or depend on basis on the potential calculations, the those who are obese are 10.33 times likely to have the elevated blood pressure, and 5.15 times more likely to have the hypertension. So and again, in case of the screen time, though there's no much direct connection between the screen time and the hypertension, though what we find is that those who are have more exposure to the screen time, more than 6 hours per day, they are higher risk of central obesity or central fatness. So this may directly or indirectly can link to the adolescent hypertension. So these are some of the findings that we have published in the well-known international journal. One is in American Journal of Human Biology, and another is a Journal of Health and Allied Sciences. So in the discussion, this is a finding. In the discussion, I would like to say that the adolescent obesity in the state, it's alarmed the concern of the growth and development, generally in the state. And overall, the proportion of central obesity and the proportion of the central fatness put the health concerns of the adolescents, as they may be vulnerable to the various adipose-related complex disorders. And such an increase in obesity measures there in obesity or maybe central obesity could be related to the changing dietary food habits, and physical inactivity as defined by the more exposure to the screen time could be one of the factor for the adolescent obesity, which maybe directly or indirectly can affect the adolescent hypertension. So in the conclusions, I would like to say that maybe adolescent hypertension needs to give priority as could affect the overall health of the adolescents and is even likely to develop complication in the future. Adolescent health, particularly nutrition and physical activities, need to be promoted in the state, in particular, in all over the nation in generally, it could as it could complicate the course of the childhood obesity and hypertension. So different stakeholders, like including policymakers, public health concerns, and everyone should come together to with proper strategy, like restricting the strict time and to minimize the burden of child obesity. And with this Indian Anthropological Society seminar, I would like to propose to the organizing team to come up a particular guideline. I mean, the limited time period to define the proper time period to define the screen time, so that the adolescent and child can maintain for the overall control of their health and complications. With this, I'd like to thank you everyone, and thank you the MET University and the Indian Anthropological Society for giving me opportunity and privilege to share some of my findings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mehdi. And I think it's very important also to understand why adolescent hypertension is there, because once we are able to overcome this, I think we're really having a more healthier nation and a uh, better life for all of us. Thank you so much, Dr. Mehdi.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Sriparna Banerjee.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sriparna, it's a request. Kindly just tell your topic, and I'm really sorry. Come up with the conclusion. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. No problem. But I cannot share my screen now. Share option is.
No, what? You can just talk it out.
Is it not possible to share my screen, ma'am? Actually, share option is.
Okay, it's okay. Don't. You can just tell your topic, and you can tell your conclusion. It's okay. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. My topic is associated with nutrition status among primary school going children in North 24 Parganas, West Bengal, India. Uh, Due to its paucity of time, I will summarize my introduction. India has made significant progress in reducing undernourishment in recent years, and India ranks 107 out of 125 countries. The GHI score of India indicates a serious level of hunger. And stunting, in recent years, we have observed that stunting has decreased from 14% in NFHS 3 to 34.7% in Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey, which indicate improved child nutrition status. Wasting and severe wasting also declined, reflecting the impact of nutrition interventions. Underweight rate have similar fallen, aligned with improvements in stunting and wasting rate. In my present study, I observed that boys have a higher prevalence of overweight compared to girls, while underweight is more prevalent among girls compared to boys, with differences being significant at 5% level. Additionally, thinness is higher among girls compared to boys, and stunting is also more prevalent among girls than boys. And we perform the regression analysis to understand the demographic and economic factors on nutrition status of children. Regarding BMI for age, we found that moving from SC, ST, and OBC to general caste significantly reduces the likelihood of having a lower BMI for age. Older children are more likely to have higher BMI for age compared to young ones, while the incidence of higher BMI for age decreases among girls compared to boys. Parental education show positive correlation with BMI for age, with better educated parents associated with higher BMI for age values. Children without worm infestation are also linked with higher BMI for age, while higher birth order is associated with low BMI for age. Single child shows significant higher likelihood of having higher BMI for age. Interestingly, children who did not receive midday meal show higher BMI for age, suggesting that meal quality and dietary diversity matter more than food availability alone. Regarding weight for age, we observe that girl child have significantly lower likelihood of achieving higher weight for age measurements compared to boys. This disparity highlights the need for target interventions to address the nutritional and health needs of girls. Maternal education also has significant impact on weight weight for age, as maternal education improves the likelihood of achieving higher weight for age. Children whose fathers are employed in service sectors are less likely to have underweight children compared to those whose father are engaged in business or other occupational status. Additionally, children infested with worm or suffering from diarrhea-like disease may have higher chance of being underweight. The likelihood of underweight decreases when children engage in outdoor games or outdoor activities. Dietary intake pattern also has significant influence in nutrition status, with varied diet notably increase the chance of higher weight for age. Regarding height for age, we found that when we move SC, ST and obesity to general caste, significantly increase the likelihood of achieving higher height for age. Older children are less likely to have lower height for age compared to young ones. Parental education also have significant impact, as parental education increases with greater chance of higher height for age. Children who are not infested with worm are less likely to have low height for age than those who are infested. Additionally, participation in outdoor game also increases the likelihood of achieving higher height for age. In our findings show that the targeted efforts are needed to address socio-economic and demographic factors, parental education, dietary habits, health issues to improve the child nutrition and growth. Future research should look into how these factors are connected and assess how effective specific interventions can be done. Thank you.
Suparna, thank you so much. We have Sada Vandanayak. Do we have him online? No? Okay. Mrs. Sarika?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
Oh, Sada is there. Sada, you just have to tell your topic and conclude, okay?
Okay, sure, ma'am. Ma'am, is that screen visible?
You can see your screen. You can start now.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, only
Good
when you.
afternoon, everyone. Respected. Ma'am, can I start?
Bolo, beta, bolo.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chair and everyone present here. I'm Sada Badnaik, PhD research scholar, Department of Anthropology, Utkal University. Before I start, I must mention that the title of my presentation has changed a bit. The present title is Alcohol and Tobacco Use Among the Bonda PVTG of Malkangiri district of Odisha. Since I also belong to a primitive vulnerable tribal group, so I belong to Gadava tribe. So I have tried to see the pattern of alcohol and tobacco use of a neighboring community, that is Bonda, that they basically live on the Bonda hills. Now they have a little distinction of upper Bonda and lower Bonda. Those who are migrated to the foothills of the hill, they are known as lower Bonda, and those who still reside on the hilltops, they are called as upper Bonda. So, okay. Since the use of alcohol and tobacco has greatly increased in our area, so I thought of taking this as my research. And people, and when I'm studying in the mainland, so people over in the mainland have a notion of the people as drunkards. So it was my question that to what extent they are correct.
Sada, please come to slide 2019.
Is, is and habits of alcohol and tobacco use among the Bonda and to study the health issues related to alcohol and tobacco consumption. Qualitative and quantitative data were collected, and my total sample was so around six consuming both roughly reported to using alcohol and tobacco, whereas those reported male, like 30% of sorry, yes, sorry, just a minute. I think the screen sharing stopped.
Does not matter, come to conclusion, please.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay. What I found was like 60% of males were using alcohol and tobacco, and 30 to 35 to 40%, 33% of females consumed alcohol, and around 40% of females consume tobacco. So from this, in our society, there is not such a taboo to consume alcohol and tobacco. It's an uh, uh, rites of passages. It's in our daily use. Uh,
Please come to conclusion. It's a request.
to the conclusion,
Is my voice audible?
yeah, sure. Just so if we see, yes, ma'am.
Better, we are really running out of time. Can we come to the conclusion? Anyways, the network, are you there? ठीक है अच्छा उनको कह दो क्या पता हमारे हमारा चल रहा है। अरे थोड़ा नेट
Ma'am.
चौदह साइड से आ जाओ ना
So if we see the trend of alcohol and tobacco,
Brother, can I say thank you to you? Brother, are you there?
yes, ma'am. Sorry, due to some network error. So so while concluding, they have variety of resources and sources to prepare alcohol of indigenous variety, and they also have indigenous tobaccos also. But the advent of globalization and westernization, when the roads got connected to the upper bondas or to the uphills, they have started also consuming the Western liquor or the foreign liquor, which are more harmful or which are more intoxicating in nature, which has a which might be seen in the upward trend of more alcohol use among the youngsters and more deaths and more health risks due to tobacco and alcohol consumption. Thank you.
So much, Brother. Thank you. I'm sorry for rushing you, but we can't do much. Mrs. Sarika, आप हैं?
Yes, ma'am.
आप सिर्फ सही में टॉपिक बोलोगे और कंक्लूजन पे आ जाओगे, ठीक है? Done?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. My topic is impact of ASA and Janni Suraksha Yojana in rural areas, women health in rural areas, pre and post delivery. And my conclusion is Janni Suraksha Yojana, does it work successfully, improve all services? The important role in this scheme of ASA workers. ASA is like a bridge between the government and pregnant women. Implementation of the scheme main role play by ASA workers. But many areas scheme service are very low performing. Lots of women, but lots of women don't know about the scheme, its benefit. That's why it did not use service given by the government. So first of all, spreading the awareness about scheme and its service, institutional deliveries are increasing and the performing of the scheme is next level. Camp organization by ASHA workers and aware of Jani Shraksha Yojana. There has been a lot of improvement since Jani Shraksha Yojana scheme was launched. Due to this scheme, the status of the women has improved a lot at social economic level. All information about the Jani Shraksha Yojana is given in Anganwadi in rural areas. The scheme has been implemented for its impact can also be seen in rural areas. The scheme is being implemented in all rural area, urban, and its performance is becoming high. And status of women in day by day is improving and high level.
Better?
Women are being made. Yes, ma'am.
बोलो conclude कर लो.
Yes, ma'am. I am complete.
Thank you from the heart
Thank you, ma'am.
so much. Okay, Chaitali is there.
Yes, ma'am.
देखा था कैसे मिसेस सारिका ने फटाफट किया.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll do the same. Okay. So my topic is assessment of dietary diversity and its determinants among tribal adults and students in Pune district, Maharashtra. So, adolescence is, as we all know, that adolescence is a critical period for growth and development, requiring a balanced diet rich and essential nutrients from various food groups such as vegetables, fruits, grains, and animal products. As per UNICEF report, India accounts for about 40% undernourished children in the world, and it's largely due to the result of dietary inadequacy in the relation to their needs. So, this is my literature review process, and dietary diversity is a critical in adolescents because they need the energy to grow and develop both physically and mentally. Many studies state that psychological, socio-demographic status, and the diet-related behavior are predictors of dietary diversity scores, and that's why I'm doing this research, and the aim is to assess the dietary diversity in tribal subplan area. So for this cross sectional study was
Please conclude in travel.
okay. So, yeah. Mean dietary diversity score was 9.64%. Student consume 90.6% student consume diverse diet, and 9.4% had low dietary diversity, where 7.8% reported that disliking the food and leading to the lower dietary diversity. So, the cultural and social factor contributed to the gender differences in the type of food consumed by the adolescent. As study conducted in India, boys are more advantageous, and girls tend to consume fewer protein and vitamin rich. But here, the study highlights that adolescent boys are at greater risk of low dietary diversity. And factors such as student type, socio-economic status, time spent in the ashram school were significantly related to the dietary diversity scores. And thank you.
I know slide बनाने में बहुत time लगा होगा, but अभी time नहीं है.
I understand, ma'am.
Okay, so we have Robert Shimle.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Robert.
Yes, ma'am.
Really, really quick.
Oh, sure, ma'am. So my title of my presentation is Exploring the Perceived Benefits of Tobacco Use, Insights from Tribal Youths. So I'll just get into my conclusion, that is, the perceived benefits of tobacco use among tribal youths are very complex, with many viewing it, with many understanding it as a stress reliever and socially effective tool. misconceptions about its effects, such as weight control measures, aiding in digestion, further normalize its consumption. So understanding this perception is essential for developing targeted interventions that challenge these beliefs and promote healthier lifestyles among tribal youths. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And since I haven't given time to anybody, I also don't get time. But thank you, MSC. Thank you so much for calling me. And it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone, for making this session a great success. Now, I would like to invite Professor Arup Ratan Bandyopadhyay to please facilitate Professor Rashmi Singh, who is the chair for this session. Thank you, ma'am. Now, thank you. Thank you, everyone who were part of this session. Now we can proceed for the lunch.
We'll start with our parallel session 5, that is proteomic and genomic markers of disease and environmental exposures. I would like to invite our chair for this session, Professor Dipshika Pandey Katare. She is a professor and deputy director at Center for Medical Anthropology, Amit Institute of Biotechnology. With over 25 years of experience in research and teaching, her expertise lies in medical biotechnology and computational biology, focusing on neuroproteomics, oncoproteomics, novel drug delivery systems, and metabolic engineering. Notably, she has contributed pioneering research on type 3 diabetes and the gut-brain axis in neurodegenerative diseases. MAM has led multiple government-funded projects and authored more than 100 research papers, filed 38 patents, and supervised numerous PhD students. A recognized expert, she serves and on editorial boards of reputed journals and is actively involved in policy making for biotechnology research in Uttar Pradesh. Her accolades include the BST Women Scientist Award and several honors for her contributions to science. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. I would like to give the session to you, and you can invite her. So, good afternoon to one and all, and thank you for the introduction. So now today we are starting this session, parallel session 5, proteomic and genomic markers of diseases, environmental exposure. The session is a bit late, but nevertheless we will try to make up the loss of time, and without wasting any time, I think. So, without wasting time, I would like to invite our invited top speaker, Dr. Gagandeep Kaur Walia. Dr. Gagandeep Kaur Walia is a biological anthropologist specializing in genetic epidemiology at Center for Chronic Conditions and Injuries, Public Health Foundation of India, New Delhi. Her research focuses on genetic and epigenetic methods related to cardiometabolic traits, Mendelian randomization, and the interplay between genetic variants and lifestyle factors in chronic diseases. Dr. Walia manages PHFI's genetic lab overseeing DNA isolation and high throughput genotyping. She is also involved in research on air pollution and cardiometabolic health. As a recipient of Wellcome Trust DBT India Alliance Fellowship, Dr. Gagandeep is also studying the causal relationship between body fat distribution and lipid levels in the Indian population using Mendelian randomization. Dr. Gagandeep will be delivering a talk on mediating role of epigenetic modifications on the cardiovascular health effects of air pollution exposure. With this, I invite Dr. Paul for her presentation, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that kind introduction. I would especially like to thank Professor Rini Dev, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to share my work, which I have been doing at Public Health Foundation of India and also at Center for Chronic Disease Control in New Delhi. So today, as ma'am has already said, my focus of research has been in genetic and epigenetic epidemiology of various cardiometabolic conditions. As you all must be knowing, what are those? And today specifically, I'm talking about my contributions in the Center for Environmental Health at our institute. So where we have been funded a GeoHealth Hub. So NIH unit for environmental research has funded around 7 GeoHealth hubs across the world, and we are one of them. And every hub is focusing on one of the environmental pollutants. So our hub focuses on air pollution epidemiology. Now, the problem has been over the years that there has been a lot of research in environmental basic science, but there were very, very few health evidences in place to convince our politicians for any policy reforms. So, this initiative was to promote environmental health research across the world, not just environmental sciences, to bridge a gap between basic science and public health. So our focus of research has been to mainly provide evidence on health effects of various environmental pollutants, and we focus on air pollution effects, not just the immediate effects, but the long-term accumulative effects over the years in lifespan. And I have specifically contributed to understand if these health effects of environmental pollutants on cardiovascular health conditions is rooted to the mediating effects of epigenetic modifications. So I have kept actually my talk a bit broader. I haven't kept it very technical because I do want to um, convince our health young researchers in anthropology departments of various universities to understand that whatever you do in your life, you should have translational impacts on public health to improve survival. So So it was only after this Lancet Commission report on pollution and health that there was any talk about the health effects of environmental pollutants. As I said before, there was a lot of evidence on that there was an increasing burden of pollution levels, but there was no health evidence. So was the first attempt to it. You should all be knowing, if you are interested in health research, you should be knowing what is global burden of disease. So global burden of disease estimates the prevalences, incidences, causal relationships, risk factors of different factors, not just environment, but lifestyle, behavioral, not genetic, and all the risk factors for various health conditions uh, around the world. And India also contributes its data, not just at a national level, but actually at a state level. So we do have state level burden of disease from India as well contributing to this repository. So they linked up environmental risk factors and produced evidences on health. Okay, so it highlighted GBD is the short form for Global Burden Disease Estimate. So it, for the first time, highlighted that there is a lot of epidemiological burden of environmental pollution. It was estimated that around 9 million premature deaths were attributable to environmental pollution worldwide. And interestingly, to note was that out of those premature deaths, maximum amount was due to the non-communicable diseases and not the communicable diseases. Okay, and then it was further noted down that most of the burden is on the vulnerable populations, including children, elderly, and pregnant women, because it has very influences as well. So these were the major environmental pollutants that were highlighted to pose a health effect on human beings. Okay, but our focus has been on environmental health burden, environmental pollution burden, and there are very basic reasons for that. So if you see around you as a human being, we are all dependent on food, air, and water. Those are the basic necessities of any living organisms. And if you then note the difference between our dependency on air, water, and food, we can't survive. We can survive for the minimum time without air. We can survive for a few more minutes without water, and then a few more without food. And then if you just think about our barriers between our body systems and the environment we are living in, so the route through which air enters our body through the respiratory tract, that is most sensitive out of the other barriers that we have in our body. So it's very important to not inhale unhealthy vapor. Okay? And I'll move this bar a bit. So this is again the screenshot from the online tool of GBD estimates. It has ranked air pollution. So it has ranked all the possible risk factors across the country-wise distribution. And in India, air pollution poses the maximum risk for all-cause mortality. Mortality is death. So this is the graph for, and then So this is a graph which ranks the different risk factors that are contributing to different sort of mortalities. So this blue box over here is the deaths due to cardiovascular diseases, heart attacks, strokes, and around 10% of it. So if you actually go to the tool, I have given the link below. If you actually go to the tool, you can scroll around and then see that you will also get figures. So around 10% of cardiovascular mortality is actually due to air pollution, to be specific, PM 2.5 levels. And then you can further narrow down if it's due to household air pollution or ambient or outdoor air pollution. Okay, so then again, these are some of the, so that was a graph, but in terms of figures, these are the figures in front of you, if anyone is really interested. Now let's talk about how air pollution causes the heart diseases. So, okay. So the possible mechanisms on how air pollution causes the heart diseases is through oxidative stress and inflammation. So whenever you are exposed to high levels of PM 2.5, what happens in our body is you undergo oxidative stress, and also there's an inflammatory response. And these two pathways then lead to intermediate phenotypes like more formation of plaque in your blood vessels, thrombosis, irregular heart rhythms, and also increased blood pressure. And all these things together lead to heart outcomes, which is a heart attack. But the point for a researcher is we shouldn't wait for heart outcomes. We should probably act at the intermediate levels to prevent the mortality. Okay, so with this background, this is our methods paper of the GeoHealth Hub that was funded to us. And we are in the second phase of this funding, that we can use existing cohort studies in India. We can use existing public health databases like NFHS, EHS, census survey data that has some health measures as well. Link it to the exposure levels. So you all must be knowing that we have air pollution monitors around our cities. Some cities have more, some have less. So using that monitor data plus the satellite-based data and also some more groundwork, we have established exposure models at a very fine resolution scale, which I'll talk about later. So you can link the environmental pollutants to the health records that we have in India, both from the researchers and also from the public databases available to us, and provide health evidences for policy reforms. So this is what we have been doing since 2016 in this particular branch. This is the methods paper. And these are some of the health applications that have come out of it. So we have provided exact estimates of how much increase or decrease in per unit. So over there, you can see, for example, for hypertension. So how much increase in PM 2.5 levels, ambient PM 2.5 levels affect the alterations in BP levels. So these types of health evidences are really necessary to convince our policy makers. Similarly, we had it for lipid levels, for diabetes. So it's very hard to believe that air pollution can actually pose a risk to your glycemic levels as well. And also on the mortality data from the hospital records. These are some more publications out of it, which has mortalities, difference in, so we have recently published a 10-city mortality data, again from this project. And then also some, so district level total mortality as well, without all-cause mortality. So how we have been able to do this is because we were fortunate enough that we had cohort studies in our institutes. So for example, this particular cohort study is a collection of more than 20,000 people since 2010, which are followed every year for events and every alternate year for all the physical measures. So all the incidences of not just heart attacks and strokes, but diabetes, kidney diseases, liver diseases, and also detailed anthropometric data. And now with the second round of this phenotyping grant, we are able to do even brain scans, echos, and whatnot. So basically just to be able to intervene not at the hard outcomes, but much before at subclinical outcomes. And this is a snapshot of what our exposure model looks like. So if someone is really interested in AI, artificial intelligence, and prediction modeling, so what happens is we gather all the available information on air pollution that's available to us through public databases. and predict an individual's 1 by 1 square kilometer exposure to PM 2.5 level across India. Across India, we have been able to do it. This is a snapshot of Delhi. So if you know your location, then you can easily see what exposure you are exposed to and then link it to the health outcome. And it is now very interestingly coming up that these health associations are mediated through epigenetic modifications. With this background, we planned the exploratory study in which we not just phenotyped and measured the air pollution levels of our people, but we also, the blood samples were measured for DNA methylation. DNA methylation using the epigenome-wide chip, which had a collection of 850,000 CCD sites. Data was normalized. It was run through the quality control pipeline. And then what we were able to do was a high-dimensional mediation analysis. So in this, we could figure out that out of the 850,000 CCD sites, 3 of them were not just associated with the exposure and outcome, but they were mediating the effect of exposure on outcome. And then the bioinformatic tools then further helped us understand the biological pathways involved. So that, and it is very satisfying for an investigator when something results make sense to you. So all these 3 sites do have an implication in the biological pathways involved in habitats. So these were all the cases of myocardial infarction over the years. Basically, we just epityped them using a genome-wide chip, and we could point out the genomic regions who are altering due to environmental exposures leading to heart attacks. So basically, in terms of significance, it does has a huge relevance in public health that we need to provide health evidences and also understand how our exposure is affecting your health. Finally, this is our national model. So just to let people know that we do have a national model for temperature and PM 2.5 from 2008 to 2020 till now, and we are further scaling it after 2020 for other pollutants as well. So to be able to provide health evidences for not just now cardiometabolic conditions, but with a collaboration, we are also providing health evidences for a number of health conditions starting from pregnancy till elderly cognitive decline. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Gagandeep. Indeed, you were in time. So we have a time for 2 quick questions. Anybody from the audience? Any questions? No questions? Doctor, I have one question. When you were showing the correlation between the exposure and diabetes, so that the percentage you are saying is 22%. So pretty high percent when you are talking about air pollution and diabetes. Air pollution and diabetes. So yeah. Is it a specific data from the? So these were people from Delhi and Chennai. So they are being followed from 2010. So we had here not just the self-reported diabetes, but also F-1 levels and HOMA scores and glucose levels. So when we say that we did find the association between diabetes, it was not just with incident diabetes, but also unit-wise increase in pollution level and the glucose up and down. And any specific age. So these were all middle-aged people, mean age is around 40. Okay. Yeah, I can share the comment. And secondly, when you're talking of the 20,000 data, so that is Southeast Asia. This particular cohort is just Delhi, Chennai. So half from Delhi, half from Chennai. But if you see my last slides, we do around. So it has pregnant women, their children, and from 2 cohorts. One is in Bikaner, one is in Hyderabad. Then we have adolescent cohort from Pune. We have 2 adult cohorts, Delhi, Chennai, Sonipat, Vizag. We have a north-south and rural urban representation. And then elderly cohort for cognitive decline from Vizag, Sonipat, and Hyderabad. Yeah. So indeed, it's very, very important. Yeah. From public health point of view also. So I would compliment for the work and all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you. We can have a huge round of applause. So Thank you once again, Dr. Gagandeep, for the very, very enlightening talk of yours. So now moving on to our next invited talk, it's my honor to invite Dr. Arup Ratan Bandyopadhyay. He is a professor and former head of the Department of Anthropology at University of Calcutta, and he has received several awards, including the Young Scientist Award. Dr. Bandyopadhyay has served as president of Anthropological and Behavioral Science section of Indian Science Congress during its centenary year. As principal investigator, he has secured several national research grants and collaborated with Rosalind Institute, University of Edinburgh. With over 100 published articles in national and international journals, his research spans evolutionary biology, forensic anthropology, dental anthropology, public health, and population genetics. Dr. Bandyopadhyay has received and delivered numerous invited lectures, including at an international conference in Bangkok in 2018. With this, I invite Dr. Bandyopadhyay to deliver a talk on molecular heterogeneity of male breast cancer, a study on, sorry, yeah, female, there is a type of, it's a male breast cancer, a case study on Bengali Hindu caste population. So definitely it will be very, very interesting.
Thank you, Professor Dikshika and Dr. Abhijikta. This is a wonderful time that I'm doing with. Like one is Gagandeep, and I know she is working very well in Delhi University, and we have a very close connection in different matters. I used to go in Delhi University, and one of the professor, Professor Sardev, retired, told me that we Mahate mein aate hain. So, you know, Hindi is not very much good. Like my name, when it's going on, it's a really difficult to spell because my son name is having 16 letters. So what to do? Anyway, so this is the most interesting thing that I'm talking about, molecular heterogeneity of the male breast cancer. So sometimes the people think this is a kind of deletion of AP, one iron deletion, right? Because, you know, all the females are giving us the power, that is iron, APMEL. So iron is deleted, but the male has also some problems with this breast cancer because of the fact that males has also the breast, but not like the females because of adaptation to the pregnancy. Anyway, so this is actually the offshoot of a of my student who did PhD with me. I feel you can recognize this student here. If you can have the photograph, you can find it. So it is a good opportunity that she cannot say that I have taken her copyright. This is an opportunity in front of her I'm speaking of, right? So this is actually, she did the work on the BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes among the Bengalis in the female breast cancer. And then when she was working and she found some kind of data over there. So she did not put up the data. So we analyzed this one. So just I'm going with this one. What happens to if there is male breast cancer? You know, female has a typical condition and male has a typical condition. So it is coming up all through the cancer is something like this, benign, malignant, and ultimately this is metastasis. And when this is metastasis, this is really difficult for all of them. In any kind of cancer, it's not carcinoma, cancer, whatever you call it, it's not only the breast. Everywhere this is a problem. Now, cancer is the emperors of all maladies. So this is not given. You see that the breast cancer is given only bracketed in women because mostly the people when we discuss about the breast cancer, people always go generalize this as a female breast cancer because of the fact that females are adapted to pregnancy and breast is there for us because all the females give us protection and having all kinds of support to be as means speaking something or Obishikta has already spoke something because of our mother. And the emperor of all maladies, and this is a book on it has been taken into consideration in one of the best books in cancer, Siddhartha Mukherjee in 2010. And I quoted this line. And then this is a male, I'm talking about the breast cancer of the male. Actually, since the male has a very small breast, so nobody can found in the adolescent period that maybe possibility is a breast cancer, but the thing is this breast size and little breast tissue cancer do not need to grow very far to reach the nipple. So since there is a very small tissue, and the men tend to be slightly smaller than the breast cancer than they are first found, they are more have already spread in the nearby tissues of the lymph nodes. That's the problem. They always come for the fourth stage because there are some more reasons. So what are the reasons? Lack of awareness. So whenever there is a breast cancer is being suspected, males have some kind of curiosity about their masculinity, all right, because it becomes inflated. So they cannot go to their very good friends that I have something in the breast. So the problem is this, that they always go to the doctor very late because it's already been started. So men are embarrassed when they find a breast lump, and that someone might question about their masculinity. So again, it's not I'm talking about India. This is going in the global because masculinity, male, gender is all intermingled. So delayed diagnosis, definitely the result is coming as a delayed diagnosis. Then this is just a 2023 paper that I have taken into consideration, the male breast cancer current severity and the future perspective. And what I find that, what you also can see that 2004 to 2023, what is found the case per million and 5 years of the survival rate, it is going up, right? Increasing there. Then we are coming here. So risk factor. What are the risk factors for the breast cancer? So definitely there are genes. BRAC, that means breast cancer gene. So there are breast cancer genes stand for breast cancer. So this breast cancer, family history of the breast cancer, inherited gene mutation, and the mutation in the BRCA2 gene has found the 6 out of 100 individual, and BRCA mutation 1, BRCA1 mutation is lesser, like 1 in 100. And there are some more genes. So these are the list of domain containing the novel alterations. So you can find it down there. One is BRD1 and BRCA2. So that changes the protein formations to make the cancer. Actually, what happened? These two genes are the cancer suppression element. In that case, we are getting the cancer definitely altered actions of these genes. So this is the gene-gene interaction. This is a stream that how the genes are interacting rather than what Dr. Gagandip was telling about the pollution. There is environment and the gene. And I'm here talking about the gene-gene interactions because we are not sure about how much the environment is creating this problem because these things are going on. So we are concentrating on the genetic aspect only, not with the genetics and the environment, but taking around with the genes. If there is the gene-gene interactions are there, because in human everything is possibility, gene, environment, gene possibility is there. So these are the compared to the normal male, this syndrome has a lower androgen levels, male hormones, more estrogens, and radiation exposure. Chest exposure has been treated with the radiation. Cancer in the chest as a lymphoma has increased risk of development of the breast cancer. So it's occupational. Sometimes the people are working where the more radiation can be possible in the chest area. I'm not sure. Liver plays an important role in the sex hormone metabolism, severe liver disease, and relatively low levels of androgen and higher estrogen levels. So these are also important in case of alcohol and liver disease. Estrogen treatment, yes. Obesity, yes. Testicular condition and certain occupation. For example, steel mills, and definitely it will be again come up, might be with the Dr. Gagandip, with the environmental pollutions and other occupation. So maybe taken into consideration, maybe 10 years, after 10 years, that somebody has presenting with this environmental pollution and the breast cancer. So I'm looking forward, might be I'm already old, maybe looking forward sitting down and listen this one. Okay. So this is a kind of graphics I have given. What are the most important aspect that we can think of that about the male breast cancer? So these are the things that we found that different from the FBC, I mean female breast cancer, BRCA2 gene more frequent altered in the male than the BRCA1. High risk breast cancer families and BRCA2 pathogenic variants are responsible for 60 to 70% of the male breast cancer, where MBC stand for male breast cancer and MBC stand for female breast cancer. And also the germline pathogenic variants, BRCA2 gene in the MBC cohort, very rare, from 3.7 to 40%. This is a lot of variations, like 3.7 to 40%. So we have to pinpoint, right? So this is the main point. How do you pinpoint? So we are trying for something. So just going on with this one. So these are the references, very current references are there. So everybody is thinking about the male breast cancer, because I showed a kind of increase of the breast cancer worldwide. So naturally, it is a kind of what we say, the curative medicine and the preventive medicine. We need to go for preventive medicine than the curative one. So male breast cancer in India, there is a series of cancer research. So this paper has been published in 2015. So we need to have very more current publication about it. So this is summing up hormonal levels, gene change, mutation, acquired gene mutation. So there are some kind of risk factor. So estrogen levels and also speed of cell division, you can understand about the gene changes, why there is cancer. So more or less it is taken into consideration, the speed up of cell divisions. And then we are, because environmental diet, so there will be a possibility uptake of anthropological studies are going to be needed, because the diets and things are very much variable in India. And then the integrated genetic gene mutations, so repair damage and prevent them from the growing abnormally. So BRCA and BRCA2 gene in men, changes in the BRCA2 gene seems to have responsible for the breast cancer, but different studies have different estimates. So responsible, but the estimate, I already said, from 3% to 46%. So BRCA seems to play a role in only a small number of male breast cancer, but it's more common in the Jewish men. So again, there is uptake of anthropology. Why the Jewish men has reported with more BRCA1, but other men are having BRCA2. So again, this is an anthropological variation concern. So breast lymphs, so these are the lymph nodes, how this is going on. So time is small. This is really, I'm telling you, all the breast cancer has this kind of things. So types of breast cancers in men, ductal carcinoma and infiltrated ductal carcinoma, these two variation, and infiltrated invasive lobular carcinoma and infiltrated breast cancers. So this is the highest level. 1, 2, 3 are more common in case of the females, but the fourth stage coming up for the male because they are delayed. So 1, you can go for the female, 2 and 3, but in female males, it will always come up with a high stage because of the fat awareness and other kind of thing I have mentioned. So male breast cancer, rare cancer, most common in older men. So everybody said that after 50 years, older men diagnosed with the male breast cancer at an early stage have a good chance for cure if it is in the early stage. In every cancer, excuse me, painless lump thickening in the breast tissue, change in the skin covering breast, change in the nipples such as redness, scaling on the nipples that begins turn inward, and discharge from the nipples. So these are the generalized symptoms. Not clear exactly what is the cause of breast cancer, but there are some kind of summarization that we started. The age, yes, estrogen level in the main occupational risk, and the genetics and the family history. So family history is always there with any kind of non-communicable diseases, higher or lower, but still family history is very much important in case of the cancer. So inherited that genes that increase the breast cancer risk. Some men inherited mutated gene from their parents. So this gene normally make proteins that keep cells growing abnormally, which helps prevent cancer. So most of the genes are suppressor gene, and certainly with the mutation it gets proliferated, and finally it comes up as the cancer. So objectives. So we have this one objective that attempts from Eastern India, association of the BRCA genes and risk of breast cancer. And study participants, we have 20 histologically confirmed breast cancer patients visiting cancer referral centers of the hospital Kolkata, and 50 controls age matched with the personal and family history of the breast cancer from the same area. that Bengali population with the same area, and research was ethically approved by the institutional ethical committee because I said that it's a PhD research on the side. So she did the research in anthropological survey of India under the supervision with me, and that was awarded with Calcutta University. So institutional commitment is there. DNA and RNA analysis, what we did, blood collection, and then DNA isolation. These are all common PCR using design primers, DNA sequencing, and finally mutational analysis, and DNA RNA analysis, and finally we did the cDNA conversion for RNA. And this is pretty common now in the post-genomic era. I'm not telling every something is very new. So everywhere we are doing this kind of thing. So RNA isolation for the fresh tissue, cDNA and cDNA conversion, and gene expression study using RT-PCR machine. So the result what we got. This is BRCA2 sequencing result. So this is, you can see that one result what we got, this control, and this p-value for the odds ratio is coming up very significantly, that this is a change in exon 2, and this is the kind of sequencing result, and this is the intron 9, and this is sequencing result, and this is coming exon 9, this is sequencing result, and these two are very interesting. This is a novel mutation that in the intervening sequences, so this is already in the gene bank, right? Already given in the gene bank, it is there. And also this is a sequencing of that. And this is also a novel mutation already because it is intravenous sequences, intron. So really it make any change because it is intervening sequences, but very important kind of everything. Now we are thinking what the way that if it is an exon, okay, it can give some kind of result, but in intron and intervening sequences, what will happen? So these are the intervening sequences that we find. So finally, what we get a very clear-cut result. That mutation in the BRCA2 gene has 9.9231 times more likely to develop the disease, and which is really significant, and 99% we have the probability. So gene expression analysis we did. So in case of the gene expression, you can see that in control, it is upregulation, while in the patient is downregulation. So what I said is a tumor suppression gene. So if there is no mutation, then it will suppress, there will be no mutation, and NTCs have to be given because it's non-template control you have to give. And this patient has a down regulation. So we have got this 1.3-fold. There is upregulation for suppressing and down regulation naturally 1.3. So finally, genomic rearrangement of the BRCA2 have been reported from the male with breast cancer. 1% of the mammary and mammary neoplasia in the females, just very rare, but there is. Natural history of the disease closely parallels with the females. The cause of carcinoma of the breast is better understood in women than in men. And then positive factors have been implicated. The development of male breast cancer include hyperestrogenic state, Klinefelter syndrome, gynecomastia. These are all chromosomal aberration. So present study is a report from West Bengal on BRCA2. And already this has been covered in the Bengali newspaper and as well as in the Hindu, already been covered up. So I thought this is opportunity that people can see. And this is having a mutation only. You have mutation now who are working on that. It's not possible you have mutation, then you have to have this one. So more and more research is very much needed to find out the candidate gene and how much interactive is going to make this kind of things. So genetic screening of the mutation. So we always say the genetic screening of the mutation. So what we can do, economizing that one, how much we can economize this one. And everybody, we will make an awareness do for this one. So thank you so much. So breast protection is early detection, definitely. And my tagline is this: know your risk, modify your future. You have to know your risk. It's not astrology that you go for your palm print or from your horoscope, but gene can give you some kind of blueprint. Thank you so much for patiently listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Bandyopadhyay, for again timely finishing of your very, very valuable contribution. And again, the house is open for some questions. We have time.
Can I have this one from the mails? For the females, yeah. Yes, yes. No, not yet, not yet. Because this is, I said now, it's a kind of breast cancer from the females. So what we done, BRCA1, BRCA2, and P53. So BRCA3 and P53 is the same chromosome. So we did LD, right? So we didn't find any kind of relationship. But here, since BRCA1 is very low, so we didn't have that opportunity of having the BRCA2 with the other genes. We have already said that. So these cDNA things are with us. So any time we can, if we have a kind of funding, we can do it, right? So it's already there. So we can, the tissue samples and everything is all there. So we can do it, and we are going to publish this paper. It is already there in the preprint. Okay. So we are going to publish it very soon. That what happened to making a comparison, at least a database from India, because there is no database from the India right now that's on the male-based cancer. Okay.
So thank you so much. Any more questions? Doctor, I have one question. Although I work on triple negative breast cancer, one is the sample size which you showed. Is it like how have you calculated? It is pretty low.
No, we didn't. I'm sorry. We didn't calculate anything. So it's a kind of what you can say, convenient sampling. You know that it's coming up, and all have not breast cancer. They have some kind of infection. So sometimes the doctors find this is a breast cancer. Then they try it out. And then we convince them, can you give us that material? You know, tissue material is needed for RNA and other kind of things. It's not that way. But for the female breast cancer, we need to go for that way, sampling, how to design that one. So this is the offshoot of that I started.
Is it genetic disposition?
Yeah, absolutely. Always.
So that happens.
It's not that kind of link I'm telling you. It's coming from Y chromosome or the X chromosome. We cannot, because autosomes are also very much related. But high risk for having the breast cancer in the family. Definitely. All the cancer has this kind of points.
Okay.
So that.
So that's it. So thank you so much for bringing this very, very
As a
important.
male, I got this opportunity.
Yeah, that's great. So thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay. So before we move on to the next speaker or the work, I would take this opportunity to introduce my co-chair, Dr. Abhikshita Ghosh Roy. Dr. Abhikshita is Superintendent Anthropologist from Anthropological Survey of India in Kolkata, a premier research institute under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. With extensive experience in cancer genetics, her research focuses on how environmental factors interact with genetic variants to influence hormonal cancer susceptibility. Dr. Abhikshita has contributed novel mutations to gene bank, NCBI, and aims to identify genetic biomarkers for assessing cancer risk. She has numerous publications in peer-reviewed journals and serves on the editorial boards of several national and international journals. Her research interests include biological anthropology, medical genetics, forensic anthropology, public health, population genetics, cancer biology, etc. With this, thank you so much, and I'm sorry to start the session because we were running late. So, with this,
Thank you so much for the invited speakers. It was a wonderful session, to be honest. I had no idea personally about male breast cancer, to be honest. Uh, I would like to call upon Professor Dikshika ma'am to the stage to felicitate our guest, Gagandeep Kaur ma'am. And Abhishekta ma'am also. Next was Next, to our Professor Arup Ratan Bandyopadhyay, sir. So we move on to the next speaker. I would invite Dr. Ravi Chopra to introduce the next speaker. So we will begin with the presentation was present here physically, and then so I would like to call upon Mr. Devashish Bhattacharya. He is a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi, and he will be talking on global DNA methylation and hypertension across sectional studies from Mansa, Punjab, India. And ma'am, I would like to correct you. I am posted at Dehradun, not Kolkata. My head office is in Kolkata. Next question. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Thanks for the manifestation. Yeah. So you don't need to introduce. You can go to the objective result and discuss.
Okay. Okay, let's share. I'm a sponsor, so I'm going to result. So because the hypertension is very strong. So this is my result. So we actually did a global DNA methylation analysis with a normotensive hypertensive group of individuals. This is basically a case control study where the 900 individuals are considered for 50 cases in safety control. Among them, we have 439 normotensive individuals. We have 439 of them DNA methylation, and from hypertensive, 441. So the result says that first, in respect to the median five global DNA methylation, we found that those who have hypertension, they have a hypomethylated compared to their counterparts. And with respect to their median age, when we segregate all the individuals with their median age, here also we found that normotensive individuals have a hypermethylated compared to their hypertensive counterparts. And with respect to sex also, whether it's male or female, individuals who have hypertensive or hypomethylated. So coming to the results, when we see the median global methylation levels among the normotensive and different categories of hypertensive, the categories are four. The group one is normotensive. Another group is hypertensive, not on medication. Another group one is hypertension on medication, controlled blood pressure. And, hypertensive on medication and controlled blood pressure. Here, some of the very interesting findings we have. Among the group, the least median global DNA methylation was observed in hypertensive on medication, uncontrolled GP group, followed by hypertensive not on medication. And on medication perspective, if you see those who have medication regularly and controlled, and those who have medication but not controlled, here also we see normotensive were found to be significantly hypermethylated in compared to hypertensive individuals and on medication, and hypertensive on medication uncontrolled people. It means like when we have hypertension, it's significantly those who have hypertension, they have significantly low methylation levels in their blood cells. Next, when we did a binary logic distribution with respect to their quartiles of global DNA methylation, we found if we the first quartile means individuals who have low methylated having a risk of 1.5 fold, which is significantly, and the individuals who have in the fourth quartile means those who have higher methylation levels, they have reduced risk for hypertension. So discussions and conclusions. So there is an inverse relationship we have found between the global daily methylation and hypertension. And there is a methylation is a major role for GAS, SNS, and RSRS system. And we also found hypomethylation accelerates the biological aging, which may be the cause of the age-related hypertension among the individuals. So in conclusion part, I can like to conclude restoration of normal methylation level among the hypertensive medication with controlled BP. Despite being on medication, the observed uncontrolled BP and hypomethylation among hypertensive could be explained by the ineffectiveness of the drugs in controlling blood pressure within this individual, which is also some like known as pharmacogenetic. And the observed hypomethylation is the consequences rather than the cause of hypertension in the studied population and could potentially reverse with the effective treatment and micronutrient-rich dietary intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Devashish, for being in time. I think, ma'am, we can take questions later. So the next presenter is not here, I think, for issues. So we will shift to the presentation. Dr. Somsekhar.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Am I audible to all of you?
Restrict your 5 minutes, and you can straight away go to your resultant discussion.
Ma'am, am I audible to all of you?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. Let me is my slides visible to all of you, ma'am? Uh, Respected chair, co-chair, the paper I'm presenting is influence of contact time and surface on touch DNA recovery and its quantification. I'm Dr. Somsekhar. I belong from my department at the institution. Let me introduce the topic to you. The human sheds tons and thousands of skin cells every day, and these cells may be transferred to surfaces that they come in contact with. So these surfaces may retain the genetic material, and this genetic material may be used to type the profile. So this is called as touch DNA. Okay, this is as very important in forensic settings because this touch DNA analysis may be a link to perpetrator and the crimes. So this touch DNA has been successfully sampled from various items, as mentioned in the slide, and many variables also affect the results of this touch DNA, like time, environment, even the activity of the perpetrator, sex of the person, touch pressure, and age. So the contact time between perpetrator and object is one of the objectives that we took, and also influence of the various surfaces on recovery and quantification of touch DNA. We conducted it at room temperature because the most of the times in forensic settings it is the room temperature. So the objectives, I had four objectives. One is to extract and to quantify touch DNA from different surfaces, to study the influence of contact time on touch DNA recovery, to study the effect of different surfaces on touch DNA recovery, and to see if there is any effect of gender on touch DNA recovery. The basic aim was to ascertain the impact of various surfaces and contact duration on touch DNA recovery. So coming to the material methods, it was a cross-sectional study conducted in the Department of Forensic Medicine where I work and also Central Research Laboratory attached to our institute. We took two healthy volunteers, one male and female. We had four contact times of 5, 10, 30, and 60 seconds. And we took 5 surfaces, porous and non-porous, such as wood, plastic, ceramic tiles, stainless steel, and glass. And so overall, we took 20 samples from each individual. So overall, 40 samples were analyzed to see whether we can extract DNA and quantify it. So these are the instruments that we use to quantify and isolate touch DNA samples. We had to standardize the sample technique and also DNA isolation technique and quantification because it was a trial and error because the touch DNA or what we call trace DNA is in very small amount, so it's very difficult to detect in using normal. So standardization was done before conducting this, and the surfaces were cleaned by this method, and the participants were asked to charge DNA onto their fingers, and they were asked to deposit on the surfaces that we discussed. And the procedure was repeated for all the surfaces at different contact times. And the sampling method that we followed is we use the wet nylon swab to take the samples. So the DNA extraction kit, we use this, and we use the DNA quantification kit femto after standardization. And coming to statistical analysis, we analyzed using the t-test, factorial limits of variance, and one-way ANOVA using this software. And the mean recovery of DNA was calculated for touch DNA recovery from different surfaces at different contact time. And mean of these results were compared using the ANOVA to determine if there is any significant difference between different surfaces and different contact times and across gender. Coming to the observations of our study, the CT values of all the samples and standards are depicted in this amplification plot. Okay, the CT values are mentioned in this table, and all of them were comparable to the standard DNA that we were able to consider for this. This is the amplification plot, and this is the CT value. Most of the CT values fall between 22 to 24, which is in congruence with the standard DNA that we used, which can be these observations can be made reliable because of this. These are the amplification plot from wooden surface, and similarly amplification plots were drawn for other surfaces too, which is shown in the slide. And this is the slide showing the DNA concentration from male and female subjects. The individual contact time and individual surfaces male is shown in this table, and this is the box plot showing the DNA concentration. As we can observe in this slide, that the stainless steel has got the highest DNA concentration, whereas the wood gave the least DNA concentration in our study. And this is average yield of DNA, as already told. Stainless steel gave the average of 71.9 picograms, which is almost 5 to 9 times higher compared to any other surfaces that we studied. It was surprising for us. So this could be explainable due to the property of the stainless steel itself, because of it is maybe for DNA where it's negatively charged, and the stainless steel being having the ionic component, the energies are transferred and DNA is retained more on those surfaces. So effect of contact time in this study, we found that so more the time for is allowed to deposit, the more the DNA was yielded. So again, the 60-second is the one which yielded the highest DNA, and 30-second yielded the lowest. So this shows that the time factor is very significant when it comes to yield of human DNA. And effect of gender in our study, we did not find much. There is no significant difference was observed between male and female subjects, and also the yield was quite comparable, irrespective of type of surfaces or different contact texture that we studied, as I mentioned earlier. Coming to the discussion, so this touch DNA evidence is very important in forensic setups, and many studies are there, but there are no studies which investigate both the influence of contact time and type of surfaces on transfer of DNA. This is our contribution in this field, and also we observed that it depends on what type of sampling technique and what type of surfaces are studied. So, due to lack of time, I'm not able to discuss in detail of all these things. So, this study is relevant to our knowledge. Coming to the conclusion, the stainless steel, which is the surface that is studied, is the best surface for recovery of touch DNA compared to other surfaces that is studied. Though even as low as 5 seconds is enough to produce a desirable quantity of DNA, but highest yield we got it at exposure of 60 seconds. Results also indicated that sex of the perpetrator has little influence on deposition of touch DNA, irrespective of surfaces. So, coming to the some limitations that we have found in our study, the current study lasted for only a few months, and such studies require long-term research, we found, and the participants we used were only two. Probably more participants will give more variability in this study, and we had financial constraints so that we couldn't take more samplings. So implications, this study provides a theoretical basis for maximizing the touch DNA yield from various surfaces and the most appropriate contact duration. The methods and the findings of this study can be used for isolation of DNA while dealing with various surfaces in forensic cases. Since I am a forensic medicine expert, I feel this is a very important forensic, investigation tool where the touch DNA
plays a major role as a evidence enforcement law. These are my references, and thank you for patient listening. I will. It will be unfair if I do not acknowledge the research scholars and my junior doctor who helped me collecting all this information. And I want to thank ICMR for giving approval for conducting this study. This already were reported study in ICMR portal. And thank you for the organizing uh, conference organizers, the IAS and Amit University. And I also want to thank ICMR for the project that they have doing. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you so much, Dr. Somsekhar. It was really interesting. Having this kind of meta-analysis is really demanding, and I congratulate you for such a nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Later. So now I would like to call Mr. Ahibam Robertson Singh. Is he available? Has he joined?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So you can share your yeah, thank you. So, Ahibam, you can now share your screen and start off with your presentation. And please don't take more than 5 minutes and restrict your presentation to results and discussion mainly.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. My topic is on correlations of serum calcium with the hypercalciuria among the Métis of Manipur. And my name is Robertson, a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, Manipur University. So this is a brief introduction. So hypercalciuria is defined as the secretions of the urinary calcium exceeding 200 milligram per 24-hour collection. And some investigators also use higher levels to define hypercalciuria. And in case of men, it is greater than 250 to 300 milligram per day, or in women, greater than 200 to 50 milligram per day. And regardless of sex, many factors like age, dietary habit, vitamin D status, numerous genetic variables all affect calcium excretion. So practical means to characterize or define hypercalciuria is by using the urinary calcium creatinine ratio, which is more adequate and convenient compared to the 24-hour urine calcium creatinine ratio above, and 0.20 are regarded as hypercalciuria. So, and hypercalcemia with hypercalciuria is defined as elevated calcium levels in the blood combined with the increased calcium excretion in the urine. So my objective of the study was to examine the correlations of hypercalciuria with serum calcium among the Métis of the Manipur. And these are my materials and method. 413 individuals are included as group of 19 to 60 years among the 5 village districts of Manipur. So for the serum calcium was done using the ERWA KM5X biochemical analyzer, and it was done through the Arsenazo 3 method. And these are the below table is the serum calcium range, and for the urinary calcium creatinine ratio, it is also done using the same ERWA KM5X biochemical analyzer. And for the calculation of the urine creatinine, it was using the Zafis method, and for urine calcium, it was done through the Arsenazo 3 method. And for the formula for calculating the urinary calcium creatinine ratio is urinary calcium creatinine calcium divided by the urinary creatinine, and the ranges for the ratio is given as in the below. So this is the results and discussions, and yeah, for we can see that the table 1 shows the association between the serum calcium and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio. And we can find that in male it shows a significant association in the hypercalcemia and the hypercalciuria, and in the total population also we can see that the association between the serum calcium and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio. And the table 2 also suggests that it shows a strong correlation by the Pearson correlation between the serum calcium and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio. Coming to the table number 3, it shows the association between the S group and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio. And we can find that it shows a significant association between the S group and the hypercalciuria. And coming to the table number 4, it shows the association between the S group and the serum calcium. But it doesn't show any significant association. And coming to the table number 5, it shows the association between the sex of the respondent and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio. However, it doesn't show any significant association, and table number 6 also doesn't show any significant association between the sex of the respondent and the serum calcium. So coming to the results and discussion, the chi-square analysis shows a significant association between the serum calcium and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio among the males and in the total population. So it was found that 4.26 of the males are hypercalcemic, hypercalciuria, 7.35 of the females, and a total of 6.30 have hypercalcemic, hypercalciuria. So it indicates that the hypercalcemic individuals are likely to result in secondary hypercalciuria, such as lifestyle, physiological functionings of the calcium absorption by the kidney, intestines, and bone, biochemical compositions of the hormones such as the parathyroid hormones and the dietary factors can be the secondary causes. So 2.84% of the male, 2.21% of the female, and a total of 2.42% have hypocalcemic hypercalciuria, indicating that they have a low calcium level in the blood and induce higher calcium in the urine. The association of the serum calcium and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio is further substantiated by the Pearson correlation, which also shows a significant association between the urinary calcium creatinine ratio and the serum calcium. Significant association between the S group and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio was also found, indicating that the A's and the urinary calcium creatinine ratio are dependent as they affect each other, and the greater the A's, the greater the chances of being hypercalciuric. So in terms of the serum calcium, no significant association was found between the S group and the serum calcium. Furthermore, the respondent sex doesn't show any significant relationship between the urine calcium creatinine ratio and the serum calcium. So coming to my conclusion, hypercalciuria, which is an excess urine calcium, is an identifiable metabolic risk factor that causes several complex disorders. Management of such complex disorder need a thorough examinations of serums and urinary calcium. And the serum calcium and the urine calcium need to keep under control for controlling hypercalciuria related and hypercalcemia related health complications such as kidney stones, metabolic illness, bone losses, and osteoporosis. So hypercalciuria seems to be a minor disorder. However, its possible impact on the health and the quality of life is significant. So considering its importance, it is always advisable to understand the causal factors of hypercalciuria to minimize the possible consequences of the same. So it is an enormous slide, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Robertson. So next, I would like to call Ms. Malvika Yamnam. Are you here?
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
And please, in a similar pattern, you can straight away go to your result and discussion.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malvika Yamnam, and I'll be presenting on the topic VDR gene polymorphism and susceptibility to urolithiasis among the Asian population, systematic review and meta-analysis. So, skipping my introduction, the objective of my study is to perform a meta-analysis concerning the association between the risk of urolithiasis in the four single nucleotide polymorphism of the VDR gene, that is the APA, PSM, FOCT, and the DEC among the Asian population. There's some materials and methods. We've done a comprehensive electronic search using three electronic databases and all my inclusions and exclusion criteria, and all the statistical analysis were analyzed using MetaGenio Web 2. Okay, so coming to my results and discussion, after the comprehensive electronic search And based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria, 17 full-text articles on Asian population were included in this meta-analysis, which is shown here in table number 1. From my table number 2, that is association analysis for APA1 variant with urolithiasis. It is seen that in the pooled odd ratios from the overall studies, no significant association was found in any of the genetic models considered. However, in the subgroup analysis, a significant association was found among the East Asian subgroup in the recessive model and the pairwise minor allele homozygote versus the heterozygote model. So coming to my table number 3, that is the association analysis for FOC variant with urolithiasis. We can see that the minor allele homozygote FF genotype of the recessive model presented a significantly higher risk of urolithiasis by 1.27-fold and by 1.24-fold in the homozygote model and by 1.26-fold in the minor allele homozygote versus the heterozygote model. And furthermore, in the subgroup analysis, the minor allele FF genotype was found to have 1.32-fold significantly higher urolithiasis risk than the heterozygote genotype. So I've limited myself to show the other variant which have not resulted in any significant association. So similar findings have also supported the association of APA and the FOC variant of VDR polymorphism with the risk of urolithiasis. Similar results of positive association of minor F allele over the major F allele have also been shown by previous studies, which may be elucidated by the fact that the minor F allele of the FOC variant introduces a start codon leading to a 3 amino acid longer VDR protein, which in turn influences the VDR protein activity and results in less effective transcriptional activator. So there has been no significant association of the TEC variant and the BSM variant with urolithiasis risk among the Asian population from our meta-analysis. So which brings me to my conclusion. So our results has indicated that the VDR AP1 and the F1 FOC1 polymorphism has a significant association with urolithiasis risk among the Asian population. So from the results of our pooled analysis, it has also been showed that the minor allele homozygote genotype of APA variant is associated with urolithiasis compared to the other genotypes, and also the minor F allele of FOC variant was indicated to be at higher risk in susceptibility to urolithiasis compared to the major F allele. And additionally, from the subgroup analysis, the minor FF homozygote genotype of FOC and the minor A8 homozygote genotype of APA were also associated with higher risk of urolithiasis among the East Asian, however, which was not the case among the Southeast Asian. So from this review, it is highlighted that the varied association of VDR gene polymorphism with urolithiasis among the Asian population, which provides the importance of population stratification in designing future association studies among the Asian population with respect to VDR gene polymorphism or any other genetic trait in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Malvika. And I would like to move on to the last presentation for this session. Ms. Astha Baudohai, are you here? Astha?
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, I can hear you.
Please start on with your presentation and please be very fast. We are really running out of time.
Okay, surely, ma'am.
Yeah, Astha, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I am, but I'm having some issues in sharing my file actually.
So, so
Okay, just give me a moment, ma'am.
can you see the share screen button?
No, I know the method, ma'am. I surely know it, but a slight issue in doing it.
Without presentation, that is also fine.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, ma'am. I guess this is the only thing which I will be able to share right now. Is it fine? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Okay.
Please continue.
May I? Okay. Greetings, everyone present here. The poster I intend to present in front of you today is titled Thalassemia and Hemoglobinopathies among the pediatric age group of Upper Assam. It is a hospital-based study conducted in Assam Medical College and Hospital. Coming to the introduction, hemoglobinopathy. It is actually a group of disorders in which there is abnormal production or structure of hemoglobin molecules takes place, whereas thalassemia is a globin gene disorder that results in the diminished rate of synthesis of one or more of the globin chains and consequently a reduced rate of synthesis of the hemoglobin. The main aims and objectives, as mentioned in the poster, are to study the different types of hemoglobinopathies, to determine the common type of thalassemia prevalent among the patients, different diseases associated with thalassemia, their symptoms, and treatments available. The study was conducted among 100 patients admitted in Assam Medical College and Hospital, Dibrugarh, Assam. While conducting this study, various methods of investigations were used, like the observation method, the interview method, the schedule method, the case study method, and the photographic method. Coming to the findings, it has been observed that the T tribe community is the worst sufferer of hemoglobinopathies, with 71% of occurrence or being the carrier. As mentioned in the poster, beta thalassemia measure has the highest frequency in the study. The different types of thalassemia which are present worldwide are the alpha thalassemia, beta thalassemia, the gamma thalassemia, delta, delta beta, gamma delta beta, epsilon gamma delta beta, and the hemoglobin leopard. The different hemoglobinopathies present in the world are sickle cell disease, sickle cell trait, sickle cell hemoglobin C, sickle cell thalassemia, thalassemia, hemoglobin C disease, and the hemoglobin C trait. During the study, the common symptoms which were encountered in the patients were weakness, anemia, pain in the limbs, pain in the joints, pallor, growth failure, recurrent infection, enlargement of the abdomen, diminished play, and the activities. Thalassemia has a very greater effect on other organs which causes diseases like hepatomegaly, splenomegaly, hypothyroidism, skeletal deformity, etc. Focusing on the treatments, since these are genetic diseases, very few permanent solutions are present, like bone marrow transplant. Other temporary solutions include medicines like Folvite and Besirox, and the most viable treatment for a normal lifestyle is regular blood transfusion. To conclude, I would like to state here that hemoglobinopathy is widely spread throughout the globe and hence has always been an area of interest for the anthropologist. According to the report of WHO, it is estimated that 5% of the world population are carriers of pathological hemoglobin gene. The ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research study showed that HBE was mainly seen in Assam and Kolkata in West Bengal. Hemoglobinopathy is usually dealt with in physical anthropology, but it also includes ethnographic study. It is well established that the incidence of HBE gene in the northeastern region of India is one of the highest in the world. Different states of northeast region show a variable incidence of HBE varying from 16.2% to 4.3%. A huge migrant tea garden population also show increased incidence of HBS. With this, I would like to end my poster presentation for today. This is Astha Borgohain, a research student of DHSK College, Dibrugarh, Assam, signing off. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Astha. And with this, I think we have approached to the end of the session. And I thank my fourth year, Dr. Madam Dikshita, for giving me this opportunity, and also Amity University for having me here. Thank you so much. So I would now take this opportunity to conclude today's session. Indeed, the session was session 5 with proteomic and genomic markers of diseases and environmental exposure. And today we had two invited speakers, and both of them have enlightened us differently. One with male breast cancer, the other one with air pollution and cardiovascular diseases. And I think all of us will agree that a lot of new things as youngsters, people must have taken back home to do further research. The other papers by the young research scholars and researchers were equally good. We are sorry because of paucity of time, we are not able to take questions. But otherwise, I think my co-chair would agree that we compliment all the speakers who have, first of all, kept the time so that we are able to conclude the session in time, as well as the kind of research they are doing in their respective area. So all the very best for their future endeavors. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my co-chair for handling and coordinating the session so well as a young researcher, Akanksha, as the session coordinator. Thank you so much. And all the audience, the students, the guests who have come from all parts of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Gracious words. It's so honored. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to call upon Professor Joshi, sir, to felicitate our dear and so gracious chair and co-chair, Abhishekta ma'am and Professor Dipshika ma'am. With this, I think we can conclude our session and we can start on with the next parallel session.
Okay, I think I would like to call this session into order now. Good afternoon. We are starting half an hour late. And my session is titled Global Challenges, Anthropogenic Impact on Climate System. And we have two invited talks. Do we have Pratik Ghosh here? Okay, you are there. And Arup Majumdar? Both of them are there. So we are running short of time. So, but these are invited talks. They are for 15 minutes plus. So I would like to invite Dr. Pratik Ghosh, Director, Plexus Infratech Private Limited. And he will be talking on leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning to mitigate and adapt to anthropogenic climate impact. So without much, I think I would invite now Dr. Ghosh.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Pratik Ghosh, and I'm a digital transformation professional with around 30 years of experience in various industries, starting from power, oil and gas, chemical, health, tech, and also currently doing a lot of things which are climate impact and other things related to GIS, AIML, and adding to climate anthropogenic studies and all. So we start what is anthropogenic climate change per se. So it is basically human activities which are creating issues in the anthropological world or the world which leads to a greenhouse gas effect or which leads to a global warming. These are certain changes which are now very much impacting the climate change, creating extreme weather conditions. Then we never had rains going on up to mid of September. India is drought. So now we have rain going till September. Sea level is rising, ice and glaciers are rising. There are ecological change which has health impact as well as changes in the range of mammals which are available in the various section of the world. So this is a different kind. The topics that we were having prior to that was more on the medical conditions and other things that is there. So this is more on the technology, how we can use the technology, how we can use the artificial intelligence and research things, going into the research which other people are doing. So data crunching, everybody is doing. The topics which were there in previous session also, all of them had data crunching. But can we use artificial intelligence, ML, neural models to do a better data crunching, find out the correlations in much better way? And statistically, we all are using these. So my topic is more on how we can use the AI/ML based things to do these things. Won't go too much deep into the definitions of each of the points. So AI, we all know, Basically, we are doing it from donkey's ages, using statistics, using data mining tools, using a lot of methods which correlate data, finds out insights within the data. The same thing when it's converted into a computer program becomes a mimic of the human brain and gives you the data mining ability on the computer screen. These are basic types of AI/ML. So artificial intelligence is the broad field under which there is machine learning, natural language processing, expert system, vision, speech, planning, and robotics. We use all of these. If you see machine learning, we are using today. MIT has a lab which has a terabyte of processing speed here in this campus. NLP we are doing regularly. If we do a Google translation, if we do a Google Meet and all, it is doing natural language processing to understand our things. All these new chat GPT and all, these are all natural language processing trying to understand what we want to find out from that. Expert systems, we are already like the games of chess, games of that we play on the computer. They are expert systems. They learn from us, and in turn, they become intelligent over a period of time. So, how we can use this AI/ML in the climate change? So, the first thing that we can do is do a climate modeling. Climate modeling is nothing but getting large amount of data, putting it into the system. So satellite imagery, climate records, sensor data, past historical data, we put it into a system and we try to find out and predict what the future climate scenarios can look like. This can help in carbon emission. This can help in reducing climate adaptation problems that we are having. So optimizing the energy grids, reducing the transportation, all these things are output of a intelligent system which can help in the smart cities. So today, most smart cities are being planned. Reason being, there is a migration from small towns, villages, and to the nearest city. So city is having an impact load which is much higher than what it has been planned for. So Delhi today have 5 times more population during the day than at night because people from UP, Haryana, and shuttle cities across Delhi are coming to Delhi to work. So daytime requirement of Delhi in terms of power, in terms of water, in terms of anything is much higher. So this is going to have an effect on the climate changes. This is going to have effect on your anthropological studies to find out what the migration patterns look like, how it is going to change the thing. Land use management. The moment you have migration, the moment the land use changes, you have to find out how to do a sustainable land use. So we are at one side, we are having a lot of deforestation in the hills, deforestation in the location which is leading to landslides and all. On the other hand, we are having a migration management problem in the larger cities because people are coming here for the job. So these land use management becomes a very big topic for anthropology because we have to end up there find out how we can give a livelihood in the cities or the tier 2 towns where they can go and work and not come to larger cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and all. So in terms of AI/ML, it's the techniques that we use for anthropological climate action. It's image classification. It's much easier to do image classification using software and using detections on the camera and all. So like if you see, Professor Bandyopadhyay talked about doing research and doing image processing for the male breast cancer. So we can use image processing to find out and detect these things. At the end of the day, these are much faster than human beings trying to do these things. Object detection, semantic and segmentation of data, these are much faster using software and computer-based systems. Then you need spatial pattern recognition. This is the recognition which tells you that what are the hotspots, what are the clusters, where the problems are coming up. Much easier to do a satellite-based image than to do a survey on the ground to find these things out. Survey may be accurate, but having a cluster analysis on the satellite data is much better because it can also then lead to predictive modeling and give you predictions and other things. So how AI can help in mitigating these issues? So we can predict and model the climate changes. We can optimize the energy usage. We can reduce the carbon footprints on the larger cities and find out what are the industrial belts where the carbon footprint is higher. How we can design that these industries can be shifted to a smaller city or town and how the migration from those places can be again remigrated back to those villages and towns.
Computers, laptops, mobile phones, each of them uses a lot of data. So this energy efficiency is very much required because today each person has a mobile phone. Each person typically has a computer system. Tier one cities always have one or two cars, which is much more required than maybe a family of four has four cars, which is not required. So we have a very high requirement of energy which needs to be reduced in order to have that impact not coming on the climate change. With this data, we can also go into the resource management, predicting the natural disasters, improving the data collection methods. So, and then in turn, improving the supply chain and all the chain reactions that can be then changed to this. So, this is Department of Anthropological Research. So, what are the benefits that we can use here? So, machine learning can be used, classifications can be done, reinforced learning, supervised learning, climate data input into this. So, if you see, all these are certain factors which affects the anthropology as a whole, because geographical analysis is required by anthropologists. You require data for the climate, you require data for what type of people are there, what type of landscape changes are happening, what type of behavior is happening, how much vehicles are coming, what kind of buildings are coming. Earlier, then we had 2-story buildings, now 4 stories allowed. Moving forward, maybe we will have 10 stories allowed in Delhi. That has impact on ground level water, that has impact on energy requirement. So all these are certain things which we can start understanding now to understand the pattern and take care of the things. What are the benefits that a researcher can get into this? They can enhance their data analysis based on the accuracy of the data that can be found using correlated data using AI/ML based techniques. It will in turn give you improved decision making and interdisciplinary collaboration. So computer today is not a subject of being only in the computer world. So all the departments are using computers. So we go to any industry they are using. So it's a interdisciplinary collaboration tool today. What we do in future is we can get to do skill development and education. So good anthropologists, if they understand AI/ML, moving forward to get a job or moving forward to do a research, it becomes easier for them. Industry-specific applications can be easily made using AI/ML tools, and a lot of use cases can be demonstrated using these tools. This will improve the accuracy. This will improve the efficiency of doing the work. Some future directions, the anthropology, the GIS technologies, AI technologies, all are improving. AR, VR technologies are improving. So we can map all your assets, map all the changes on a GIS-based platform. Clusters can be created. So you can see on a map of India that where are the migrations happening, where are the clusters of largest population coming up, what are the health issues of those populations, how they can be taken care of. Do you need to plan hospitals? Do you need to plan some metros, transportation? Everything can be there in the advancements. So meteorological influence. It also has ethical and social implications because the moment you have a lot of data and you are analyzing, you are basically looking into the way people are behaving. So today, if you order something on Amazon, it starts giving you ideas on what is connected product. If you start looking at a color, it tells you if you buy a shirt, it tells you what the trouser should look like, what your tie should look like. So it has ethical as well as social implication because it is looking inside you. A lot of opportunities are there for continuous improvement on these algorithms. So there are a lot of manual algorithms which researchers are using today. So they can be converted into AI-based algorithms, which in turn, over a period of time with data, will definitely help the people. Opportunities in research and innovation increases due to this. It improves the challenges are that the data quality. So the biggest challenge that any researcher faces is data and the data quality. The cleaning of data becomes much easier on a computer system than cleaning and manually finding out whether the data is relevant or not. Ethical, cultural considerations can be put into the system to find it out. And then there will be definitely a transparency when the data is being seen continuously. So just to recap the key points, that the climate champions today, anthropologists and the data scientists today can work together and find out research opportunities, how they can merge these things, their respective expertise to do these things. call for action will be to encourage them to embrace the AI. Most students today's world are embracing the latest tools and techniques of the computer, and this in turn will have a vision for a better future for innovative technologies to be used for each and every. I think this is the conclusion from my side. Thank you. If there are questions, I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much. I think there is a need for a separate conference on this topic because this is a very exciting area, exciting collaboration. Thank you so much. Yeah. Dr. Ghosh. Now I would like to invite Dr. Arup Majumdar, council member of the Indian Society, and we will be continuing now. Anthropogenic impact of climate change, a case study from Sundarban. Good afternoon, everybody. Now, today is my talk on anthropological important impact on anthropogenic impact of climate change, a case study from Sundarban. Basically, in this title, we use the two terms. No, I am not able to. In this title, we have seen there is two important terms that one is anthropogenic and another is climate change. Now the question here, the what is anthropogenic? The anthropogenic means it is an objective and that describes the changes in nature made by people. And the what is climate change? The climate change describes a change in the average conditions such as temperature and rainfall in a region over a long periods of time. Now, in this paper, basically I described on the statements of the problems and about the Sundarban and some methodology and related objectives and importance of the studies on the basis of biodiversity and endangered species and economic and environment importance and the climate mitigations threats and its threats like increasing temperature, rising sea levels, cyclones, rains on salinity and its impact on agriculture, change in agricultural patterns, deforestation, as well as the pollution. Besides this, I also describe here the challenges and duties of Sundarban and the Indian laws and regulations for the environment and protection, key legislation and its framework and major environment laws and protection and conversations of the Sundarban, urgent needs for integrated water management, and also describe some mitigations, the strategies of the state. Now, India spanning the approximately 32 lakhs 87,263 square kilometers ranks as the seventh largest country in the world. Remarkably, about 20% of this landscape is still covered by reserved forest and divides the population 1.3 billion. Among these ecological features is the Sundarbans, the world's largest continuous mangrove forest covering around 9,600 square kilometers, primarily in open. The Sundarban ecosystem is marked by rich biodiversity and complex geography, featuring the numerous rivers, canals, creeks, and about 102 islands, 54 of which inhabited. The area is home to virtual mangrove species like Sundari, And today the Sundarban faces imagines pressure from the rapidly growing human population, estimated 4.37 million according to the 2011 census. Many inhabitants live the economically marginalized lives at struggling in the region, flagging in the inadequate infrastructure. However, this paper is based on the review and analysis of secondary data, information, and literature accessibility in the public domain, sources including official websites of the various governmental agencies, scientific reports, studies providing insights into the ecological and socio-economical dynamics of the Sundarban area. The objective of this study is highlighted the unique challenges faced by the Sundarbans, a region rich in the biodiversity, yet burdened by the significant environment and development pressures. The Sundarbans situated at the delta of the Gangas, Brahmaputra, and Meghna rivers is renowned in the extensive mangrove forest and rich biodiversity. Designed as a UNESCO the World Heritage Site in 1987, and later recognized as a protected biosphere reserve by the government of India in the year 1989. The Sundarbans are the critical for biodiversity, hosting the only populations of the typical endangered Royal Bengal tiger in the coastal mangrove habitat. The Sundarbans may contain up to 140 species of mangroves and the coastal flora. However, the several mangrove species are under threat. And now the climatic mitigation. Basically, the climatic mitigation is the process of reducing or preventing the release of greenhouse. Research by the many scholars estimates that the Sundarbans has sequestered approximately 4.15 billion tons of carbon dioxide, valued at around $79 billion in the international carbon market. Sundarbans are not only a biodiversity hotspot but also a vital resources for local communities and a significant contribution to the global environment. Sundarbans face the significant challenges due to climate change. Between the increasing the temperature between 1980 and 2007, the water temperature in Sundarbans increased at the 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade. And compared to the global average, it is 0.02 degrees Celsius. And rising the sea level. The past 25 years, sea levels in the Sundarbans have risen nearly twice the global average. And in the cyclone in the year 1951 to 2010, here has been noted increase the intensity of cyclone storms affecting the Sundarbans. Like cyclone Aila in the year 2009, and the rise in the salinity and impact on agriculture. So to increase the salinity in the Sundarbans adversely affecting both mangrove health and agricultural productivity. It's also effective. According to the West Bengal government, agricultural land in the Sundarbans surged from 2,109.6 square kilometers in 2002 to 1,691.2 square kilometers in 2009. And between the in case of deforestation, between 1777 and 1971, Sundarbans experienced significant deforestation. And the in case of pollution, the river of the Sundarbans faces the several pollution challenges, primarily from unsafe domestic and industrial waste. Now, in case of challenges and difficulties in the Sundarbans areas, basically the population of density of approximately 9 to 9% per square kilometers in the year 2001, rising to 1082 persons per square kilometer by the 2011. The per capita electricity consumption in the Sundarban is only 1/14th of the national average. Many households lack access of basic services. About 60% do not have clean drinking water, and around 87 experience some of the food, and there is also the food insecurity. And also here, this is also an important challenge in the single over exploitation of forest resources. Besides this, this is lack of effective disaster management is also an important challenge, and increase of salinity is also an important, and spread also some diseases. And now there are some important laws by Indian government, and laws and regulations of the environmental protection, and the policies and laws of central and state governments. India is also several multilateral environmental agreements with some, including UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, Convention on Biological Diversity, Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna, Rama's Convention, and Wetlands of International Importance, and Convention of Migratory Species. And some key legislative frameworks are the National Environmental Policy 2006. This policy promotes the sustainable development, basically. National Forest Policy in the year 1988. This policy maintains the ecological balance, and also introduced the National Action Plan on Climate Change in the year 2008. Its development with the climate change. And there are also some environmental laws like the Environmental Protection Act in the year 1986, Water Act 1974, and the Air Act 1981, Indian Forest Act 1927, Forest Act 1980, and Wildlife Act 1972, and as well as the Biodiversity Act 2003. And for the protection and conversion of Sundarban, Government of India in the year 1989 takes some various initiatives like
I have a PPT.
You have 5 minutes to.
I think.
Yes, yes.
Okay, then go ahead. Abhinita is assistant professor in Maharashtra and lesson learned in sustainable ecology and culture through the lens of. Go ahead, Abhinita.
Okay. Visible?
No, nothing is visible.
My PPT is visible?
No.
तुम अपना मोबाइल
I hope. So what about now?
sir.
Hello.
Abhinita, listen now. We can see your presentation, but you can speak. Why don't you speak? Give your presentation in 5 minutes. Just talk.
I think civil is cheap because of the network.
Okay, just. Yeah. Now I'm starting.
Yes.
Oh. That's my.
भाई देखो यार इंटरनेट ही बंद हो गया रोमी मैम को बुलाओ जल्दी से Is Menka Yadav here? Manika Yadav?
Yes, sir. Good evening. I'm here.
I think you are perfectly audible. You can start your presentation.
Okay, sir. I just tried to quickly connect my PPT.
Other participant might have some network issue.
Okay, sir. I'll do that.
Menka Yadav is from the team.
Yes, sir.
She's here only, so maybe we can listen. You can present, and if you want, you can share the screen as well. Yeah, it's visible. Please speak.
It's visible, sir. Hi. Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry, sir. I'm in a very a different zone right now, but I just tried to quickly do this. Hi, good evening, everybody. The title of my paper is Reinventing Agriculture and Credit for a Sustainable Future, and some of the talks from the Indian subcontinent. So we know that SD goal 2 is for agriculture zero hunger. So given how the country, given we are a agrarian country and primarily we have been involved in agriculture, so the right now this paper delves into the narrative of the ongoing integration of modern techniques with the traditional one and the implementation of the new innovative techniques. We also tend to look at why credit is very important, be it long term, short term, or medium term credit for the agricultural sector. Access to credit, we know, is it can be an impediment also in the agricultural growth, but it can also be a key factor in promoting agriculture and sustainable agriculture, as it helps farmers invest and adopt better practices that can, help environment and the long-term quality of it. Some of the ways for access to credit is that it increase productivity and income, reduce reliance on chemicals, better risk management, more efficient use of resources, and also there is through credit there is a better social and economic equity. Though I have my doubts on it, but yeah, policymakers can also encourage banks to lend help to farmers and can get hold of better technology. So Yeah, empowering. When we talk about credit also refers to loan and services that are being given and which are tailored for farmers to support their agriculture activities. They cater to unique requirement of the agriculture sector. For example, it helps farmers purchase seeds, their equipment, their fertilizers, and also majority of the times the land where they can sow and or for the tenured time period. So empowering farmers, benefits of the accessible credit can, like we just discussed, could be are not just could be but are that it enhances farm productivity and income. It helps farmers adopt to better farming techniques and technology, which otherwise without the help of credit they are not able to access. It's a greater reliance against natural disaster and market fluctuations. It really allows farmers to manage risks better, and it also promotes sustainable farming practices which are environmental friendly and can help farmers transit from conventional to more sustainable methods. So here we also talk about conventional techniques for India's what have been the traditional techniques, what are the modern techniques, how genetically modified crops and bioengineering have really improved the yield over the period of time, how it has resisted pests and diseases and thus in leading to increase in the productivity of the yield. There is a bridge. Okay. Yeah. So major, what we also talk about is what role does sustainable agriculture play in the future of particularly Indian agriculture. So here we talk about that this shift which is happening towards sustainability. It involves various strategies such as increasing farming household income, diversifying crop production, empowering women in agriculture, and then which eventually enhances agriculture diversity and productivity. Uh, Also, some of the examples from the Indian subcontinent where there has been a successful implementation of innovative agriculture practices are Sikkim, Auroville, Sundarbans, and where there have been, for example, in Sikkim, there has been organic farming, which is done better. Auroville, not exactly the prime example, but in some ways it's an example of sustainable living, keeping aside the background behind it. Then obviously there is Sundarbans, where they have the traditional fishing communities. They are working with the conservationists to practice sustainable fishing. And then there is this Ralegaon Siddhi in Maharashtra, where watershed management is being done. So it's a sort of a model for sustainable water management. So yeah, at the end, I mean, I'm just trying to wrap it up as soon as possible. I'm sorry, I'm running short on time. So credit availability is a paramount importance of farmers. There is a amalgamation of traditional and modern innovations which help the nation and the world in general achieve the sustainability in agriculture in the long term. So we can always work together to ensure that farmers have financial resources they need to thrive and then hence continue providing the world with better food and yield, and they themselves can be better and there cannot be environmental damage associated with it also. I think I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Sir, we have Dr. Abhinita here. Abhinita is there. Okay, go ahead, Abhinita. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Can you hear me?
So, some is visible. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can see your
Can you hear?
Yes, you are audible. Abhinita, you are audible. You can continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. So my presentation is a bit similar to the last presentation, but into the anthropocene that we talk about. But discuss sustainability and that lessons I learned through my research in the tribal region or is the Cons tribe.
So their idea of sustainability is very different from the conventional idea where we think that sustainability is only a set of technical interventions. So I'll discuss about that. So as we see, there has been lately a lot of attempt in the academia to redefine what sustainability means. So in 1987, when UN Brundtland Commission defined it as a pursuit of meeting present needs without compromising the ability of future generations, it underscored the linkages between ecological, social, and economic dimension of human activities. And when you talk about ideas such as fear of corruption by corporate and more liberal. So in this case, I feel that we have to move beyond this whole idea of green capitalism and growth, keeping in mind the idea of sustainability, but look at in what ways uh, and just looking at the technical aspect of sustainability. So then I come to the sustainability and how it's different from the indigenous ways of looking at sustainability for many people in this region, the tribal region. This is the routine and the way they view nature and religion is very much aligned with some of the ideas of sustainability which I'm trying to bring in here. So first of all, this idea that preservation of nature is related to their culture and tradition and the ritual system. So their traditional ecological system and knowledge system is very much in favor of preservation of nature, and they worship the earth goddess like Dharani Pennu, and all their rituals and habits are actually revolving around nature and land system rather than the mainstream religion how we do it. So this whole idea of sustainability should be seen as kind of a practice and a routine activity than something which need external interventions. So for that we need to look beyond technology and look at how our relationship with land is moving beyond its commercial use. So, in the society, the current challenge of market expansion without safety nets and cultivation of BT cotton is hampering their socio-ecological nature, and the emerging labor diversity, where we see a lot of landless labor emerging in this previously primitive society. And secondly, we see that they face a problem of hiring laborers to do their sustainable agricultural cultivation. So these are the some of the current challenges which I feel that this whole idea of sustainability as technical interventions is difficult to challenge. So we need to move beyond that. So some of the better strategies, so some of the better strategies for this is actually which can answer to the current challenges in the indigenous society and the current challenges of finding a definition of what exactly is sustainability is through preservation strategies, which fosters uh, right since agriculture this whole idea of seed diversity and collaborating with policymakers. So we see that when we have sustainable policy, we see a lot of foreign companies, foreign institutions, even UNICEF trying to define and redefine this idea of sustainability without actually consulting the local people or the local needs and understanding what sustainability means to them. So we need to collaborate like from people all walks of society and decentralize this whole idea. So this is one of the way to look beyond technology and looking at the challenges. So we can integrate a of larger social justice, especially in the tribal area. One of the lessons I learned is that they have a society which is somewhat less hierarchical in many ways. So there is, to some extent, an equitable of power relations between gender and between different caste groups. So this can actually be one of the cultural ways in which we can look at this paradigm shift of this conventional idea of sustainability. And some of the initiatives to challenge this, as I said. So the way forward and scope is huge in this area, I think, because when we are talking about sustainability, one particular thing, but in a way we can actually discuss the political, ecological aspect and the anthropogenic aspect of sustainability. Thank you. That's all. I'll be ending it here.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Nita Mohanty. We'll see later on. Is there? Yes, sir. Miss Nandita Devnath.
Okay.
Department of Mizoram University. Nandita, are you there? Nandita, are you there? Nandita? Right, welcome. So, we come to the end of the. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. As rightly said, it's a very interesting presentation. This question of politics of Paris can be very important. It's important. What competition, how that the minister, art accidents, human activities, how the how we going to the and that's where AI is among I see that role also in terms of how we can blend science and the business. That is talking about the scientific effects in terms of also giving to looking then that kind of science not the way forward. The other side of it, what is that scientific is doing? I think that way, Chinese So we have facilitation. Just, I'd like to, with due respect, I'd like to invite Professor Susi Joshi sir to facilitate the course, who was our esteemed invited speaker. Again, I would like to invite Dr. Urpat Mir to facilitate Dr. Arup Mazumdar for his esteemed lecture. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Rumi ma'am to facilitate our chair and co-chair who have been here and staff. No, we have for both, sir. So and also our co-chair, Dr. Urpat Mir, sir. Please, sir. Thank you. We can invite all the research scholars for just for a picture with all the distinguished faculty over here. Come to this.